All right, good morning, everybody. Hope everyone good evening. Jumping into another trading session here on Friday. I'm just doing my morning scans, seeing if there's any news headlines worth trading. And then we'll run through. So I'm just going to take it slow this morning, just bringing everything up to speed. Not too much movement across the main indices. Mixed price action today in the pre-market. S&P down, QQQ up, IWM up. Semiconductors seem to be going through a little bit of distribution, as you do have SOXS green, SOXX slightly down. You look quickly through AMD. That obviously was weak yesterday, rebounded quite strong. Let's see if that'll revisit the lows. Just look at some of these other household names, ASML. Not too much. All right, what else do we have here? Those are our most active. Nothing there. Nice continuation decline on IONQ. Obviously, we still remain short day trade shares as well as put options. So that's starting to work out quite nice. Very nice. So again, I'm holding puts. I'm also holding about 2,000 shares. Sorry, 200 shares short. Okay, what's we got going on? Let's just look at some of the usual high volume, most active stocks. Snapchat still trying to make a little bit of a push. NIO still very, very strong. Medtronic, that's trying to push up a little bit. QS. Let's look at QS here. That name is trying. BBAI, Big Bear AI. Right now it's seeing a nice little reversal in the pre-market, looking very strong. Getting some volume. Bank of America. QBTS right now is down. So quantum stocks are under pressure. Quantum stocks under pressure this morning. This is the QUBT. Yep, it's also under pressure. So yeah, IONQ down over 2.7%. You got QBTS, which is D-Wave Quantum, that's down 4.27. Let's look at GE. That one's still acting very, very well. Let me look at the daily chart. Remarkable. Remarkable price action in GE. Roblox, that's still trying to shake and move. Carvana trying to retrace some of that topping tail. That one's on watch. Watching Carvana very carefully. Kinder Morgan. Joby. Looks like Joby could try to push here. Baba showing a little bit of strength in the pre-market. Still very, very extended. Nuclear SMR. That's trying to make a little bit of a move. Oklo, still very extended, trying to push a little bit higher. Novo Nordisk, taking a little bit of a breather after I got that news pop yesterday. WMB, uh, looking strong. And I do believe there was some insider buying in this name, if I remember correctly. And then Butterfly, just getting a news pop here based off of the Times Magazine upgrading it. So that one's probably going to get faded. I don't imagine that is going to stay firm here. All right, let's keep moving along. So that was some of our most active stocks that I just went through. So the most trades. CRCL seeing quite a few trades here in the pre-market. HIMS as well, seeing a little bit of action here in the pre-market. It's down right now 1.6%. Obviously, transport stocks are on watch today. FedEx did report earnings gapped up, but it's looking like it's gapping and cracking here. Not a good sign for FedEx. Obviously, we have indirect exposure still. I think this is just a gimme of a trade down here. I mean, wow. PS, DPRO, I'm still very bullish on DPRO, Dragonfly. Breaking out, confirming the daily chart candle yesterday. Looking for a weekly confirmed breakout here. Another higher weekly close would be a huge, huge win for this stock. Right now it's gapping up a little bit more. Nice pattern on DPRO. Chart's looking very strong. Strong. Taiwan Semiconductor seeing some action in the pre-market. That's down just a little bit. Just a little bit. All right, let's see what is the top gainers here. If there's anything worth mentioning. GIB. GIB. Interesting. All right, I'm just going to read some of the news headlines here before we get into action. We'll keep ES up here. Welcome, Jamie. Welcome. Yes, natural gas under some pressure this morning. Tried making a bit of a breakout. The bears slapped it right back down, so it's looking like it could be in for some lower price action. Obviously, you had that big impulse candle, and you're getting faded again. So, nat gas is certainly looking like it wants to go lower. You just got to be careful with where we're trading. There's such a cluster of moving averages here. It's crazy. I mean, you've got a big move is going to happen. That's all I can say. And I don't know which way it's going to personally go. Right now, in the very short term, the Bears have recaptured control. You're back under the 7, but look at that. So the blue is your 20, the green is your 1-year moving average, and the purple is your 50-day moving average. So you got a 20-day, you got a 365-day, and you've got a 50-day. You got a cluster all intersecting right there. So, I mean, I feel like a lot of people are going to try to buy that area, but we already tested it once, twice. We'll see. Thank you, Surfers. Trump news with Russia got to do with nat gas just came out. Interesting. Okay. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. But yeah, nat gas is certainly looking interesting. And honestly, guys, the way this US dollar today is looking, I mean, take a look at this pattern, right? What the hell candles that? That is just a filthy liquidity sweep of a 14-year trend line. You swept that low, you stopped people out. That is a weekly bottoming tail right at the 52-week low. Things are looking really, really interesting for your US dollar. Breaking out of a nice bull flag intraday above all the key daily chart moving averages. Surprised gold's not really reacting as much right now. I think maybe it will. Gold should retrace back into this previous little channel where you broke out. You've bounced, bounced, bounced. You should find some support somewhere inside this channel. Up below 3,600. I'm expecting gold to probably test 3,600 today again. It's certainly looking interesting for gold. Crude oil also getting sold into right now. So crude is at a key inflection point. Very, very crucial area. Back testing that previous little breakout neckline. You did get a 4-hour confirmed breakout. This is an aggressive buy zone. If you're wanting to buy it there, I would just keep your stops fairly tight, but that is an aggressive buy zone on crude oil. I'm considering it. The only thing that's really stopped me is we're losing that 7-day moving average, but crude is technically a buy here. And I mean, if you wanted to use an hourly stop loss below that low, 62.50, that would not be a bad trade in my opinion. It's an interesting level for crude. She's got that Dixie. And nat gas is weak, so it does support crude a little bit higher. Looking at yields, so again, ever since we've cut interest rates, yields have been pushing up here. Are they basically checkmating Powell? It's funny. I was saying that the Fed was between a rock and a hard place, and then what was the bank that came out today? I literally saw a headline from Morgan Stanley that comes out today, this morning, Fed rate policy stuck between a rock and a hard place. Well, that's true. That is true. All right, let's keep scrolling through. So 10-year yield is trying to push up just a little bit today. Let's look at uranium. Uranium's still strong on the session. Let's look at silver. There might be a short setup in silver very shortly here. One more double top sweep of the highs, and I think silver is ready for a little bit. Thank you, thank you. No worries, Jamie. No worries. You're new. So crude is a buy. It's an aggressive buy. You know, it's not your highest probability trade, but it's one that could work out. But if you're doing a long trade on crude here, your stop loss would basically, I would put a stop loss kind of an hourly close below this area. I'm gonna wait to see how crude reacts to the dollar and intraday price action. Um, the headwind for crude is that your US dollar is strong today. And you are seeing commodities react. You're seeing Bitcoin react. Bitcoin I consider a commodity. You're seeing Ethereum react. So crypto's reacting to the stronger dollar. You do have oil slightly reacting to the stronger dollar. So we'll see if the markets want to react to the stronger dollar. I mean, it is getting a really big push here. I'm telling you, it's a really big push. And this sets up next week for a move back into this 99.30 area where you had a failed breakout, a rejection here, lots of little choppy consolidations. So I remain bullish the dollar. Basically, I put a whole, I hate to say it, but I put a lot, I mean, I like to say it now, but I put an unreasonable amount of my cash that was just lying in my account into the UUP at the 27.13 level. And that was a live day trade that I issued, and basically that's working out quite well. So my cash is making a little bit of money being long the dollar. But that's a nice move. All right, let's look at ES here, and then we'll keep scrolling through the charts to see if there's anything worth mentioning. I just want to quickly look at some of these news headlines. Let's just quickly scroll through them. Pacific Gas Electric Company PFD declares a dividend. Okay. Nexen launches 20 million ordinary share repurchase program. Okay. Scotiabank coverage. Yeah, Russell hits its highest. Canada retail sales month over month, August, a decline of 0.88%. Let me see a stock like Goose. Uh, yeah, Goose gapping down a little bit. So, interestingly, a little bit of a decline in the Canadian market there. Yet again, continuing to show some softening and weakness retail sales. So, interestingly enough, retail sales in the States were remarkably strong. Canada showing a bit of a decline in the month over month number. Actually, a really sharp decline month over month number. All right, let's keep scrolling through here. Nothing there. Evo Immune presents full phase 2 data for oral MRGPRX2 inhibitor EV756 Chronicle. I don't even know what the hell that all is. Sometimes some of these pharma stocks just go fly right over my head. Not my strong suit, pharma. I know a little bit, but it's certainly not my bread and butter. Philip Morris, Fed Kashkari says on CNBC, don't see erosion in Fed credibility to hit inflation target. Fed is not okay with 3% inflation. Confident Fed can return to 2%. Important underlying. Clearly the dollar's not believing the Fed right now. CBRE Group, okay, they announced their earnings. Not too much headlines that I'm seeing as I scroll through. Intel Nvidia deal may have implications for Astera Labs, so A Lab, Morgan Stanley says. Intel's deal with Nvidia to co-develop PC and data center chips could have major implications for Astera Labs, but it's unclear exactly what they are at this point. While Intel was not listed on the initial NVLink Fusion press release from earlier this year, we have always viewed it as a way for Nvidia to capture more of the sizable market using the x86 CPU in their servers. Morgan Stanley analyst wrote a note to clients. So, a little bit of a negative headline there. I'll post that in the chat. Please initiates covered on XYLM. Let me look at that on my other screen here. XYL. Of course they're initiating coverage right at a bull flag pattern here. Come on, guys. Jim Cramer's warning on this oil stock. You don't want to be in it. On Mad Money Lightning Round, Jim Cramer said the Western Union Company, ticker WU, has got no growth. Western Union announced the acquisition of Intermex IMXI for approximately $500 million. The acquisition is set to bolster Western Union's position in the high-growth Latin American markets. Johnson Control. So he doesn't like ticker Western Union. Let's see what the chart pattern is. Wow. It's been decimated, putting in potentially a double bottom, and now you get the kiss from Jim Cramer. I mean, this chart's not bad. Jim Cramer wants to stay away from this chart. Well, he might have just given us a long signal. Yeah, there's actually a ton of support down here. This double bottom could be traded for sure. Interesting. Jimmy. Jim, Slim Jim. So again, Jim Cramer just said he does not like this stock, which likely means that this is finding a near-term bottom, and you have been carving out a base here, and this could be a really healthy double bottom. You created your first initial high volume zone, bounced, did a full round trip, swept that low on a weekly closing basis, stopping out the bulls, and now you're back above that area. This actually doesn't look bad. Let me just take a quick peek at some of the earnings here. I guess I should pull the chart up, but WU does not look too bad at all. Let me just pull up the earnings, and you've got the dividend selling out of the way. That just transpired. Let me see here. 2.65 billion market cap, okay. Annual EPS for 2020 reported 174, okay, 2024. 170, forecast 177, 191, okay. Let me look at its balance sheet real quick. Total revenue. So Q2 1.06, Q3, Q4, Q5, annual. Okay, so they're still growing it. Trailing 12 months, 4.1. Net income. Let me look at it on a quarterly basis. Q2 122. Okay, so it's been a big decliner from that area. Let me look at its PE median. Current PE is 3. Oh my gosh, that's cheap. The median PE for the stock is 6.8. It's historical median. Wow. So basically, the stock is the cheapest it's ever been in its entire history. And you can see if you bought down here at the lows, here was a buy, big bounce. Here was a buy, big bounce. Buy down here, big bounce. Historically, you buy this stock on the cheap side, it bounces pretty sharply over the coming 12 to 24 months. That's an interesting one, guys. So Jim Cramer not liking it, pretty much an inverse play of Cramer. We all know how that typically works out. And again, the chart pattern is suggesting a bit of a double bottom potential here. Interesting. Western Union. I'm gonna keep this one on my watch list, guys. I am gonna keep this one on watch because it's actually not a bad setup. So that's your free little long-term alpha, and this is one that you just tuck away for 12 to 24 months. It's super cheap, $8.20 a share, so it's basically buying commons as like an option play already. You buy 1,000 shares, you tuck it away. And if this doubles, it could easily double. It could easily go back to this high of this range. You could be in a stage one basing formation here, and this would be buying the low of the formation. So that's actually a solid find. Thank you, Jimmy Jim. And if you're wanting to keep a tight stop loss, you just have a weekly close below this recent pivot, and that would be it. But not a bad area. All right, I'm going to keep moving along here to see if there's anything else worth mentioning. Let's throw that dollar up to keep a watch of it. All right, I'm just scrolling through some of these news headlines here, so bear with me as we look for trade setups. We looked at that already. We did that Astera Labs deal. We looked at Jim Cramer. 12 consumer discretionary stocks that are moving. Ticker CJET shares rose 75.4%. What the heck? Why? Why? CJET. Oh my goodness, here we go again. These are so funny, these plays, guys. CJET Motors appoints blockchain veteran COO to spearhead crypto treasury overhaul. Another crypto treasury. Oh, these things make me laugh, man, because they're just the big pump and dumps. I swear. Oh, it's funny. Fuck, that's funny. All right, Sunlands, ticker STG. What the hell's going on with that? Small market cap. Ah, nothing to do there. We are seeing Robo AI, so AIIO, pushing to the upside here. It was actually a little bit more. Gapping up here. Company's market cap 657 million. Let's look at AAOI. See if there's any news headlines. Sorry, AIOOI. All these vowels make it complicated. Robo AI shares are trading higher on Thursday after it announced a strategic investment in Arctrine through its DePIN technology firm AITOS.io, aiming to connect artificial intelligence and blockchain infrastructure. Robo AI stated that the tie-up will enable it to build an intelligent machine asset network by combining AI-powered robotics with DeepIn. Expanding its footprint in the Middle East. Interesting. Okay. We'll watch that one. What else we got going? BRP shares increased by. Let's look at BRP. That's a few billion deep, so we can watch this one. Oh, ticker DOOO. So shares are gapping up for BRP Inc. Let's see here. DOOO. Not sure why it's moving higher, but it's up. Let's look at this AFYA. AFYA. Ayo. Nothing to do there. What else we got going on here? Let me see. S&P still slightly negative, but Qs and IWM are still trying to push up a little bit. Tesla up about 1%. We'll watch those. All right, what else we got going on here? Healthcare stocks. Let's see what's moving in the healthcare industry. BRCA, ADAP, any stock pushing for that gap fill, another continuation gap to the upside looking pretty strong. VRCA getting a bit of a bounce off of its double bottom. Nothing to do there. That one's too small for me. All these penny stocks and biotechs, crazy movers. All right, that's a wrap on that healthcare. Those are crazy. Right. Let's look at this EAF. What is the news on EAF? GrafTech International. Tech International. I don't really see any news. Weird. Momentum, growth. Not too sure. So Jim Cramer snubs STX rally, and he likes the Rubric rally. RBRK. So Jim Cramer gave the kiss of death to Rubric. Just be careful. Jim Cramer's trying to pump up Rubric, and it looks like it's into some technical support, hitting the daily 200 moving average, but I don't know. It's scary buying ahead of him or buying with him. All right, Laser Photonics, ticker LASE. Monster move yesterday, coming in a little bit. Let's look at Vision Wave, VWAV. That one's taking a bit of a breather. Some of the losers, nothing to do there. We'll keep moving along. We'll keep moving along. Oh, so that EAF is trading lower because the company announced a 10-for-1 reverse stock split. They're actually pumping right now. They're not trading. Oh, no, that was a long time ago. Sorry. That was the wrong headline. So I'm not too sure what the news is on this ticker, but it's trying to break out. Chinese state media reports China's Xi and Trump hold call. Well, what the heck's that call about? All right, I'm just scanning through the rest of the news here just to see if there's any other headlines that we can trade against. This CoreWeave analyst begins coverage on a bullish note. Here are the top 5 initiations, blah, 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 blah. You know, CoreWeave has been a crazy one because when I was doing my insider buying and scanning alerts yesterday, CoreWeave had so much insider buying and selling. Sorry, insider selling. It's scary. But stock is looking fairly bullish, right? So it's kind of that counterintuitive play. All right, I think I'm pretty much caught up with all the headlines. Medtronic secures FDA approval for Altaviva device, a simple experience for treating urge urinary incontinence. Let's look at MDT here. Yeah, so MDT trying to break out here, yet again gapping up slightly. So that's some decent news on Medtronic. MDT. This stock is very strong, Medtronic. You can see it's breaking out. So you had that trigger of your stage one, a very clean breakout, inverse head and shoulders, and now you're giving us another weekly higher high. So Medtronic is actually just based off of pure momentum, guys, this one's a strong looking chart. It looks like it could at least run up in the near term to 102.89. And this type of basing formation suggests that come within 12 months, we're probably testing the highs there yet again. So not looking bad at all for MDT. Really, it's looking pretty good in my opinion. Hmm. Immutable, the global leader in gaming, today announced the launch of its mobile gaming device, a specialized task force dedicated to bringing their partner games into the 121 billion market cap. Let's look at Immutable Technologies here. Where is their ticker? What is their ticker again? Immutable. Why is this escaping me? My coffee hasn't kicked in yet. Are they not trading? Let me look here. Anyways, I guess I can't seem to find it. Harrison Global. TD Cohen upgrades Delic Holdings. Okay. As Intel analyst turns bullish. Blah, 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 blah. NVIDIA commits 500 million to a UK autonomous driving startup, Wave. So NVIDIA in advance talks to make a 500 million investment in UK autonomous driving startup Wave, signaling a strategic expansion of its influence in the thriving artificial intelligence sector. This potential deal, first reported by the Financial Times on Friday, is a key component of the US chip market's broader 2 billion pledge to support British startups. Interesting. Very cool. So autonomous driving is still a big, big trend that could hit into 2026. AI winner. AI winner Wayfair sees a surge of traffic for LLMs such as ChatGPT. Let's look at ticker W, Wayfair. This one's an interesting one because it's also trying to break out of a stage 1 basing formation. It's looking actually very positive in my opinion, like it wants to press a little bit, I think. So ticker W is looking pretty bullish in my opinion. Um, I would look for a pullback, and you could buy that pullback, but not a bad looking chart right now. Not a bad looking chart at all. Consolidating right at the high of the range. Again, I wouldn't be buying the top of the range. I'd wait for that little mini pullback and then potentially a buy. But ticker Wayfair, that's a big base. Bigger the base, the higher the space. We'll see if that wants to break out there. All right. Let's see what else. What time are we? Almost 9 o'clock. We'll go through some more charts. Enough with the scanning of the headlines. All right, let me see. Argus Research maintains Darden Restaurant. Let's look at this DRI again. That one saw a pretty harsh breakdown, looking like it still wants to go lower. There's a headline here. Argus Research maintains buy on Darden Restaurants, lowers price target to 220. So this one's obviously triggered a bearish pattern coming out on earnings, doing a little bit of revision to the downside. Chesapeake Utilities Corporation business honored among Delaware's best. Let's see what CPK is doing. Nothing really there. Wells Fargo maintains. So a lot of funds are pumping this DRI, guys. A lot of funds. And this has triggered a nasty little breakdown. So odds are it's probably going to fulfill its downside target just with the amount of funds coming out saying, we maintain bullish. We're still holding. We're equal weight. Blah, 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 blah. Crazy, crazy, crazy. They're just trying to sell their bags off a little bit or trim their bags. All right, Bill Holdings, ticker BILL, upgraded today. Truist Securities. All right, so not that much news headlines. VFC Corporation sued for securities laws violations. Let's see what ticker VFC is doing in the pre-market. Nothing. Okay, so that's a nothing burger. Tesla Securities, fraud class action lawsuit pending. A little bit of a lawsuit against Tesla, and Tesla's still pushing. Snapchat, a lot of lawsuit headlines just coming across the board. A lot of, wow, a lot. This company just went to town today, announcing on a Friday all of these lawsuits. Crazy. Trump and Xi start their phone call. That was a few minutes ago. So let's look at some individual names now, since we've pretty much scanned as many headlines as I can think of. And there's really not much happening in the market today from a headline narrative-driven market. So, and there's not too much economic data as well. So we'll just have to see what this market wants to give us. Right now, really what I'm seeing is the US dollar surging, and that's something that should be of note. All right, let's run through some of these plays here. SoFi, that's still trying to push up a little bit. Again, quantum stocks, IONQ gapping down. I still remain short. You're looking at QBTS. That is a big trender to the downside today, is your quantum names. Micron, also gapping down. LDI, continuing to trickle a little bit lower. Let's look at Oklo again. Oklo still remaining quite firm on the session. Altimmune, trying to hold structure here. WBD, that name had a really solid bounce. WDC, still an absolute beast. EXL, still trying to press just a little bit more. Figure, FIGR, still strong as ever. StubHub, This one's an interesting one because if we get a gap or if we get another lower low here, I'd look to maybe trade this on the long side. There is a long level on stub that I have in mind. Very close to a potential little scalp long. All right, let's look at some other names here like Broadcom, AVGO. That one's trying to maintain a little bit of strength. Let's look at Intel. Intel right now is coming in just a little bit. So this one could easily bounce back to the highs, especially with what Trump posted regarding, sitting at the Oval Office desk, trading. Bought Intel at 20, now it's at 30. What a crazy guy, eh? What a crazy guy. All right, A-Lab is coming in a little bit from the highs here on the back of a little bit of a bearish headline article regarding NVIDIA and Intel, saying that they could be taking a bit of a back seat now that NVIDIA is investing in Intel. So we'll see how that one wants to shape up. VST still remains super, super strong on the session. Let's look at Oracle again. Oracle looks like a bit of a lowercase bear pattern intraday. Oracle is in a short to pop type of move. Not looking like a healthy chart intraday in my opinion, but still obviously a tough, tough name to trade here. Let's see what else we got going on here. Just bear with me. So let's look at Open Door here. It's trying to push up just a touch here. Lululemon, after having a really strong day yesterday, it's kind of just digesting it, looking like a bit of a bull flag trying to set up here. Duolingo had a strong day yesterday. That's trying to also firm up a bit of a double bottom potential. BBAI still looking fairly strong on really all your time frames. Very bullish close yesterday. Very bullish close. NVIDIA right now softening up just a little bit. Let's look at SMCI. SMCI is also softening up. Well, it's slightly positive. Nope, slightly negative in the pre-market here. SMCI under a little bit of pressure. VKTX, still one that I like on the long side. I'm holding commons. Nice little sweep of the lows yesterday. Huge reversal to the upside. We'll see if that can get any sort of follow through. Snapchat still remain bullish, but it needs to digest a little bit of this gains. Nice little couple days of consolidation would do it wonders in my opinion. Marvell, same thing, really strong move off the lows. Nice little pullback into kind of your 50 or even ideally this gap fill. That would signal a little bit of a potential buy zone in my opinion. Not looking too bad there. UNH keeps pulling back. I hope they drop UNH below 300 because again, I will be buying that one. CNC still trying to make a little bit of a curve to the upside. What else do we have? Again, Bitcoin crypto under pressure. Apple's doing really, really well this morning. Let me just take a peek at our sectors to see what is going on. So energy is down, financials are up, industrials are up, tech is up, staples are up, real estate just flat, utilities are kind of positive but flat, healthcare flat but positive, consumer discretionary and retail. So really it seems like you have strength today in your XRT pushing up, hence the IWM. You have strength in XLY on the back of Tesla and Amazon. And then your other sector that is leading is really that's about it. Regional banks are negative. So interestingly enough, regionals are slightly negative today, but your financials XLF are positive. But financials, I mean, this is an interesting zone for for your XLF. I mean, really big area. It is on watch for a potential short trade. All right. What's crude oil doing? Crude oil is still choppy, under some pressure. All right, let me scroll through some of the usual suspects here. Equifax is seeing a little bit of strength today. EFX trying to gap up. It did gap up a little bit more. LNC, Lincoln Nationals. Let's see what that is doing here. That's also gapping up. Never officially tagged at 50, but holding a little bit of strength. KSS, Kohl's Store. Again, this one is slowly creeping up. It's almost like it's trying to stage a bit of a potential squeeze zone here above your key daily moving average. That one could be a long setup today, guys. KSS, and I looked at the sectors just a few minutes ago, and retail is strong, so KSS could be trying to break out of this little bit of an hourly chart bull flag. We'll keep that one on watch. And when there's not much movement in the market, these stocks typically like to potentially squeeze. So KSS catching a little bit of volume here in the pre-market. We'll keep that one on watch. Let's look at BILL. There was a little bit of an upgrade, I think. Yeah, BILL very strong on this session. Nice back test of a major pivot. Huge bounce off your 7-day. Looking pretty strong there for Bill Holdings. BILL. Interesting. Let's look at some of the stocks that are trading down as well. Let's look at this NEXT. So we've been seeing some buying down here for NEXT. Next, some additional buys just came in today by two different individuals. So keep it on watch. You're getting extremely oversold and you're getting some insider buying occurring at a decent clip here. So maybe technically it can go a little bit lower. You're coming into your weekly 200 moving average. So just keep that one on watch. 1.69 billion market cap, average 4 million shares. Not a bad dead cap bounce that is being supported by some insiders today and over the last few sessions. So we'll certainly watch that. Just give me a second, guys. I'm gonna grab some more coffee and then we'll go through some other trade setups in your indices. Thank you, Mohammed. Appreciate that very, very much. So let's continue to go through some charts here. I just want to make sure that we have everything. So I think what I'm going to be looking for today is a bit of a profit taking in IONQ. I'm hoping that it still remains down here. It is trying to make a little bit of a push here off of the lows, but I'd love to see IONQ retest the lows for a first trim target. All right. So if we get a low retest, I'll look to trim my IONQ common shares short. Right now, the market is catching a decent sized bid. Still down on the tape IONQ, but I want to see it a little bit lower. Thank you, Curveballs. Appreciate that. So again, I still remain short commons off of that day trade yesterday, so I'm looking for a bit of a low retest there. We'll see what transpires. Other than that, too much moving in the market that I'm seeing worth noting. We'll just have to wait and see how the indices open up today. But quantum stocks are under a little bit of pressure this morning. You also have home builders, a name like Lennar gapping down this morning as well. So a little bit of sell side pressure hitting your home builders. Really, there's not too much. Really, there's not too much in the face of a day trade long on this name. I think that Lennar could see a sweep of this low down here. You could easily see a sweep of this area. So there might be a little bit of a day trade short. You got that golden cross a few days ago, and that just so happened to be a near-term sell signal. You're saying WLDS is jumping here. Let's remove these drawings and see what we got going on. Yeah, closing at 472, getting a really nice jump right now. Very healthy. And you have had small caps start to rip here in the pre-market. Very, very strong rally in your small cap IWM stocks. So interesting price action there. Micron really struggling today. So certain semiconductors are seeing some distribution today. So Micron gapping down about 3%. We'll keep that one on watch. Let's look at AMD. AMD also under a little bit of pressure. Nvidia right now under a little bit of pressure itself. Oracle's pushed up. A Labs is under some pressure. BBAI still very strong. Snapchat still showing strength. Crypto still under pressure. And of course, nat gas is under quite a bit of pressure. Crude oil is into an interesting area. I'm going to watch that today as well. We might have a long trade on UCO, which is the Ultra. So I'd consider trading UCO. Today, that's basically watching USO. USO is holding a cluster of key moving averages here. It's gapping down slightly, but a lot of technical support. When you look at WTI crude, it's doing that beautiful retrace of that previous little breakout zone. So we'll see. Crude could do that. You love doing puts? Yep. Yeah, puts. We're going to enter an environment where if you don't have the ability to or know how to short stocks, I think there's going to be a lot of short trade setups coming over the next, say, 6 to 12 months. Maybe they keep pushing us into 2026, but I think come 2026, we're going to see a lot more shorting events, a lot more gap downs, wake up, bearish headlines. 2025 has been a very bullish headline-driven market. A lot of different themes have come to light, whether it's AI, whether it's autonomous driving, whether it's nuclear, whether it's quantum. There's been a lot of headlines. Drones, you name it. All right, so crude is on watch. Let's see what else we got going. I'm just trying to scan. Is there any tickers you guys want me to take a peek at? Oh yeah, that's what I was actually gonna say. Yeah, Pattern does have an IPO today. So PTRN Pattern Group. You have an order in for Pattern. What do you have your order in for, Curveballs? MDT. This one could run on news. Still looking pretty decent. 5K. Okay. No, but what price? What price do you have it in? Let's look at QuantumScape here again. QS. QS is gapping up right now, trying to break out of a little bit of a flag pattern. This is one that could squeeze. Oh, sorry, that's WS. Whoa, chart pattern is not looking bad. Worthington Steel. I thought I was looking at QuantumScape. Worthington Steel just so happened to enter WS instead of QS, and that chart pattern is not looking too bad. Interesting. It looks like it's going to run into its gap here, around 37 bucks. Worthington Steel. Hello. All right, QS. That's what I meant to look at. QS had obviously a stunning move yesterday. Seeing a little bit of continuation today. A little bit stretched in the near term price in terms of your intraday pattern. So I think that if this name pushes up to about 1270, you could see a bit of an intraday reversal back down. Might be 14. I might go to 18. Okay, cool. Thanks. Yeah, but QuantumScape's not too bad. All right, I'm gonna flip to the dual charts here. We'll keep your S&P 500 open. It is your weakest indice on the session, guys. So SPY is showing some distribution signals compared to your QQQ. Let's erase this, erase this, erase this, and erase that. We'll start fresh on the S&P 500 chart. But right now it's a strong gap up for SPY yet again, pushing to the upside. And we will keep IONQ on watch because that is one that I'm interested in trimming some profits from yesterday, but I wanted to retest the lows. I want IONQ to at least come back down to earth and retest this low around that 63 area. Really big push on SPY here. Really big push. All right, gotta get everything open here. Continuing to sell off here, guys. Micron under a lot of pressure. Right now you got the QQQ the strongest, IWM the second strongest, SPY slightly green but lagging, Amazon up 0.6, Nvidia slightly negative, Microsoft up 0.5, Apple ripping up 1.48, Google strong, Meta strong, and Tesla strong. So majority of your mega caps are seeing some strength today, which is why the Qs are your leading indice for the time being. Quantum certainly under pressure today. Micron under a lot of pressure this morning. Let's see how we want to open up here on the session. The Dixie did take a little bit of a breather on your hourly chart, still up 0.3%, looking like it wants to keep pushing. Nat gas still under pressure, Bitcoin under pressure, crude oil under pressure. Set to open here very shortly in about 27 seconds. Thank you, Abez. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. You sold Intel puts before the close. Let's look at Intel. Yeah, Intel, I think after it's in a bit of a short the pop event. I think Intel, you can short it again if it pops. S&P 500, I think could get faded off of a sweep of the high. So S&P 500 puts look pretty interesting. I think they'll gap and crack this market to the downside. Seeing plug power down, Grab has got some volume this morning. BMNR negative, QS negative, Palantir green, SoFi green. Interesting. SOX SOXS is catching a decent sized bid today, so we could see the semiconductors get faded a little bit more. IWM gapping up into new highs, likely going to get sold into here. We are seeing it getting sold into. SBET down, Micron getting slapped around, but trying to put in a little bit of a bottoming tail. Open is up a couple. BABA strong today. Google still acting well. Still quite a bit of stocks green, but you are seeing some distribution in your semiconductors. Broadcom AVGO going negative, down 1.3% on AVGO. Guys, our AVGO puts are in the money. I'm looking at trimming here. AVGO 340 puts. Do not wait for my alert, but I am currently looking to close my 340 puts on AVGO. Just a heads up there. Nice little decline there in Broadcom AVGO. Those puts did go in the money. Geo put 1535. 1535. Nice profit on that trade. Beautiful little profit. 340 puts printed there. Just under 100% on that trade. Just under 100% on Broadcom, all right? You still have semiconductors seeing a little bit of distribution. IWM has gone negative. Your S&P 500 is still holding steady here. Oklo still doing wonderful. Micron down 3.5. SMR strong. A-Lab down 3. Broadcom down a couple. Lululemon's gone negative. Open's still strong. Comcast seeing some volume today. Unusual. Ticker ZOOZ. Zoos up 61%. AGMH up 239. Snapchat negative. Apple still ridiculously strong, up a couple percent on Apple Dapple right now. IONQ still hanging in there. Big Bear AI still trying to push. Dragonfly still doing well. eVTOL stocks are seeing some strength. Marvell up nicely. WLDS is a rocket ship. Yes, it is a rocket ship. Speaking about rockets, let's look at RKT, ASTS, coming in a little bit. RKLB, also under some pressure. SoFi, continuing to squeeze a little bit. Let's look at ALAB. ALAB under quite a bit of pressure this morning. Micron, also under pressure. AMD, trickling a little bit lower. Tesla still acting well. Your IWM is starting to get a little bit heavier here. Let's look at our QQQ trade here. Interesting. IWM starting to get heavy. IONQ still holding steady. Broadcom still getting slapped around. Transport stocks are mixed. MongoDB strong. Solar stocks are seeing a little bit of strength. Ethereum still weak. Snapchat coming in a little bit. Copper strong today. Bitcoin still under pressure. Nat gas still down 1.87. Open door going negative. Tesla still strong. Your Dixie's getting faded. Gold trying to push higher. SPY negative. IWM negative. QQQ holding strength. But look at your SOXS, guys. That is trying to catch a decent bid off of the lows. What does that mean? Your SOX is starting to come in. Look at the Qs. They're starting to come in a little bit. IWM getting very, very heavy. IONQ still trying to hold steady. Micron down 3.7. Oklo's still a beast right now. Look at this LDI, guys. Beautiful. Beautiful. New lows on LDI. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. That is just dumping to the downside. LDI still trying. PLTR still trying to push here. IONQ turning positive. Look at Oklo. Oklo is just a frickin' machine. My oh my, day after day. That is a sweep short. Alright guys, I'm going to take some common shares short on Oklo here. I'm taking some common shares short on Oklo. Alright, I'm in at 113.13. 113.13, half position short Oklo common shares. 113.13 short. Common shares short Oklo. I will add to the position above 115. And that would be a full common share short on Oklo. It is squeezing. I mean, this is crazy, crazy, crazy. IWM still coming in. Your S&P 500 still trying to come in just a little bit. NEO seeing some distribution. LDI still down 4. What else we got going on? Still seeing some strength in certain quantum names, making a nice rebound off of the lows. Uranium still acting well at the highs, seeing a little bit of potential top wick distribution coming in. S&P 500 still looking slightly heavy here. Come on, Oklo. Come on down. NEO coming down. Ethereum stocks coming down. SoFi pushing. SOX is now up 2%. Certain stocks like NIO coming in hard. BABA still up 1.26%. Nat gas still falling. Crude oil trying to catch a bit of a bounce. Oklo up 8.7%. Crazy, crazy. Uranium still up nicely on the session, 1.66. IWM still looking a little bit heavier here. It is coming in hot and heavy right now. IWM coming in firmly. Nvidia is still green on the session. Oklo still pushing. SPY. All right, guys, I'm going to add to my Oklo around 115. I'll have a full position short. Come on, hit that level. It's close. All right, guys, I have a full position short Oklo Commons. Full position short Oklo. I got filled at 115.02 there. I will not add any more to Oklo Commons. This is live by the sword, die by the sword. Let's see what happens here. My average is sitting here at 114.09. Oklo's still a beast. Uranium still acting quite well. Micron still trickling in a little bit. Oklo's a monster today. Semis are still under a bit of pressure. Oklo is just a beast here, guys. Wow. Look at that stock. Extended beyond belief. IONQ having a really solid bounce. Right back up to the highs. Can you believe the reversal in quantum names? They're very strong. Weak in the pre-market, getting bought right back up. A-Lab still under pressure. Open Door coming in a little bit. Lululemon under pressure. Duolingo under pressure. S&P 500 trying to remain positive here. Slightly negative. Qs are positive. IWM negative. Amazon up 0.58. Nvidia slightly green. Turning negative now. Microsoft still up 0.76. Apple up 1.29 but off of the highs. Google acting well but slightly green. Tesla doing well. JP Morgan under a lot of pressure. So financial stocks are seeing some distribution today. IWM continuing to see some weakness. Look at this LDI, ladies and gents. Another day where it's down double digits. Did we not put that on your radar or what? Most people probably have never even heard of LDI, but this was an insider massive, one of our insider analysis that we entered short off the 489 via some $4 put options, and those are printing quite nicely. Another day where it's down double digits, just falling off of a cliff here. OKLO is still trying to push higher here. Huge volume up in this region. Quite crazy. Whoops. Let me just edit that. IONQ still pumping. Oklo still up 9%. Micron still down 3.5%. Figure down. Broadcom still under pressure. A-Lab still under pressure. Baba's still strong. Open under pressure. Lulu under pressure. Duolingo under pressure. Google still green. Big Bear AI still trying to press a little bit higher. Okta under some pressure. Mongo strong. Archer strong. Dragonfly strong. SE strong. GDX up 1.6. Snapchat seeing some distribution. Viking Therapeutics is green. SCCO Copper doing wonderfully today. Little bit of a bounce in Nvidia. Nvidia is trying to push up. Tesla still acting very well for Tessie. Tessie trying to make a move here. Let's look at Google. Google still acting quite well on the session. How's crude oil doing? WTI crude. That is still trying to firm up and hold the lows here. Your dollar has gotten faded here. Looking at certain financials, they are under pressure. JP Morgan seeing some pretty heavy distribution. Citigroup will probably follow JP Morgan, still elevated. Bank of America probably going to follow JP Morgan. XLF right now is under a lot of pressure due to JPM. We should see the S&P likely come in a little bit more. SPY starting to come in. Quantum stocks are still trying to rip here. Craziness. Oklo starting to come in. SoFi still trying to see some strength at the highs. Impressive moves. Oklo starting to come in just a little bit. Come on, Oklo. Come on down. Nat gas, yep, still diving. IONQ pushing right back up to our short level. Basically break even on that trade right now. Crazy move. SPY still trying to trickle a little bit lower. Micron still under pressure. Oklo's still trying to squeeze. Your SOXS is up about 1.65, seeing a little bit of distribution in your semiconductors. Today, you have Nvidia green though. Microsoft still acting well. Tesla acting even better. Palantir's shaking and moving this morning. That's up 1.75. Big Bear AI, BBAI starting to squeeze here, guys. BBAI, new highs. Come on, can they hit $7 calls in the money today? That would be beautiful to see because we still have till the December time frame. Plug Power seeing some strength today. PLUG, a lot of these high short interest names are squeezing. Let's look at KSS. KSS trying to break out of the high side, looking like it wants to squeeze. Open Door seeing a little bit of sell side pressure this morning. Interesting. Intel under a little bit of pressure this morning. Going down to TP1. Intel's certainly under some pressure. Apple right now still strong but getting faded off of the highs. Rigetti has made a sharp move to the upside. IONQ has made a stunning reversal. Can you believe it? Day after day, look at the bounce in some of these quantum names. Crazy, crazy, crazy buy the dip in this market. Your S&P 500 still slightly negative on the tape. Starting to come in. IWM still slightly negative on the tape. What the heck is this Zooz ticker? ZOOZ. That's coming in from the highs. Bitfarms. That's trying to make a bit of a reversal. RR. Interesting price action. Interesting. Crazy. Your SOXS is still trying to make a high side breakout and push. Stocks are weak today. Certainly some of that liquidity seems to be flowing into some of your high flyers yet again. Oklo still remaining like a beast right now. Snapchat still negative. Apple still strong. Tesla's still trying to rip. Interesting. IWM down 0.16. SPY down 0.8. Q's still up 0.32. Tesla's your strongest mega cap. Apple's your second strongest. Meta and Amazon are kind of fighting for fourth place while Microsoft is also pushing here. SoFi acting well still. Crazy. Crazy mover. Warner Bros. Digital Media back above $19. This market is on steroids, shaking off any sort of selling. Individual names are still trying to squeeze. Your IWM catching a little bit of a bounce. Bitcoin still down 0.65%. Crude oil down 0.67%. Nat gas still falling to the downside. Gold positive. Dixie's has softened up over the last hour or so. That's why the markets are still holding technical strength. Uranium right now still up about 1.8% on the session, making new 52-week highs. Micron still acting well. Alibaba slightly faded from the highs, but still up about 1%. Interestingly enough, your Yang ETF is up 1% on the tape. So some mixed price action in China. Oklo is still trying to squeeze here. Wow, they are pushing Oklo to the upside here. Absolute monster. IONQ, they're still trying to squeeze quantum names. S&P 500 trying to hold on here. We will see if the S&P wants to come right back down to the lows. It is 0 DTE Friday and they are squeezing this market. BBAI is still squeezing to the upside. Oklo still squeezing. Big push there, guys. Big push there on SPY. Really stunning push. Oklo's still trying to make a run here. S&P 500 sweeping the high there. Let's see if it starts to come in now. Still have strength in Nvidia. Dixie falling. SPY still acting extremely well. Oklo still trying to push. IONQ still acting well, just hovering at our short level. Oklo still a beast here. Will we see any sort of a pullback, or are they going to keep pumping this market into the highs, new all-time highs? Will we see that coming into play? I did jump into some SPY puts, very aggressive SPY puts. We'll see what happens here. Oklo is a monster. IWM flipping back to the positive side. SPY off of that little bit of a jump back to the positive side. Oklo is still squeezing, ripping my face off, but that's okay. It will come back into earth. Oklo will have a week where it's down 20% at some point. Uranium still squeezing, which is why Oklo is squeezing. So uranium making another push to the upside of 3% on URA. Absolutely flying to the high side for uranium. Absolute beast mode right now for that commodity. Nvidia is still trying to make a push. S&P 500 still trying to make a push. Your NASDAQ tech heavy sector still trying to squeeze to the upside. Coming into prior day high. S&P 500 looks like it might want to try to sweep this high pivot. We will see. You're still seeing strength in across all of your indices. They're all green now on the session with your NASDAQ leading the charge to the upside. All mega caps are green. JP Morgan still showing a little bit of distribution signals. Micron still weak on the session. That's curling down 4%. Broadcom has firmed up quite nicely, so nice job taking the put options off of the table on Broadcom AVGO. That's had a really strong bounce. Micron still weak. So uranium stocks are still squeezing to the upside. Your US dollar is falling, yields are softening, gold trying to push, crude oil still weak. Natural gas down 1.6. Your IWM making another big push to the upside. Oklo is now up 13.3%. Beautiful move in uranium stocks. LDI making new lows there, continuing to trickle to the downside. S&P 500 still seeing strength. What an absolute squeeze there on Oklo. Testing 118. Trading extremely elevated on your daily chart. 84 RSI there. Starting to put in some really large negative divergences. Micron is selling off a little bit more. Tesla's still doing quite well, up 2.5%. You're still seeing some distribution in your semiconductors today. SOX ETF is down. Bitcoin obviously down as well. Oklo SMR still ripping. China stocks are trying to firm up. Oracle has made a sharp move. A-Lab still down a couple percent. S&P 500 still seeing some top wick distribution here. Trying to firm up. There's a little bit of a rejection down on SPY. Remember, SPY did trigger a little bit of a bearish formation yesterday, doing a full negation of that. Micron heading right back to the lows. JP Morgan still selling off to the lows. Look at uranium here. Uranium is still trying to squeeze SMR. Still squeezing here. Oklo. Still trying to squeeze here. Very impressive. IONQ still holding steady at the highs of 4.5%. Quantum stocks saw an absolute shear by the dip. Crazy, crazy moves. So I'm down about $5 on my Oklo commons here, but I'm okay holding through this crazy volatility. Uranium will likely see a bit of sell side pressure at some point today, but just getting a nice morning pump. Micron revisiting the lows. You're still seeing a lot of distribution in certain financial names. That LDI down another 9.2% on the session. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. That's for sure. Insane, insane price action. Semiconductors are still seeing a little bit of distribution here. Your SOX ETF looks like it's going to the lows. AMD curling to the downside. ASML, that's seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. Nvidia still holding steady here. Your QQQ, despite the distribution in semis, you're still seeing the Qs holding steady. That's quite a interesting divergence. Your SOX ETF seeing some distribution. Look at Micron near the lows, guys. Absolutely bloodbath in Micron land. That is crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. SoFi seeing a little bit of top wick distribution, but acting well. Let's see what SPY wants to do here. SPY's still seeing some distribution. Now you have IONQ starting to come in just a little bit. Quantum stocks have had a stellar run. I would not be surprised to see this go back to the dark side, negative. The fact that we're seeing a lot of semiconductor distribution, the market can only hold up so long if semis are weak. We still have a saturated market environment where semiconductors are still your bread and butter in the market. They are the heaviest weighting across all the indices. Leader JP Morgan seeing some crazy distribution. Your IWM starting to come in a little bit more now. Your Russell's back to the negative side. S&P 500 still holding, but starting to see some top wick distribution. They are trying to bid it up still, but very, very extended here. Seeing a little bit of sell side pressure hitting your S&P 500. Starting to come in a little bit more now. Let's see if Oklo can, imagine Oklo reverses this whole move. That would shock a lot of people. Uranium seeing a little top wick distribution. Nvidia curling slightly lower. We are still seeing this market come under pressure. ASML still slightly green. Taiwan Semi, that name is under a little bit of pressure this morning. S&P 500 is coming a little bit lower. Oklo still up 13.2. IONQ seeing a little bit more distribution now, guys. We're seeing a little bit more stocks giving up some of the gains. Open is now down 2. Big Bear AI still up. You're seeing a little bit more red starting to appear on the screen as the market is starting to sell off just a little bit here. Just be very, very careful. I would not be surprised to see Micron just made new lows on the session. MU is down 4.5%. Absolutely filthy price action on Micron today. Look at MU, guys. Just absolute bloodbath on Micron. Basically now taking our common shares in the money, adding to our short yesterday off the 169 level. Filthy, filthy price action in Micron. Oklo just still squeezing. Oh my goodness gracious me. Oklo is an absolute beast of a stock right now. It is just a crazy, crazy mover. Wow. S&P 500 is starting to see some more distribution. You have your SOXS flying to the high side here. Why? Because your semiconductors are going through a world of distribution today. Your QQQ finally starting to see maybe a little bit of an all-time high, failed breakout and rejection. S&P 500 getting heavier, a little bit of top wick distribution in your Russell 2000. Crude oil still down 0.5%. Bitcoin still down 0.7. Natural gas still down 1.5. Gold pumping up 0.5%. Dixie has softened but trying to put in a little bit of a bottoming wick. Uranium still surging to the highs. Oklo still surging to the highs. Quantum names taking a breather here. China stocks are still acting somewhat well off of the lows. New lows for Micron. Wow. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Let's see if the S&P 500 wants to test the opening range low, 10-minute candle. Markets are still acting fairly well. I do have to give them that, but we are seeing some distribution hitting your Russell 2000. JP Morgan and financials are under pressure. We are seeing certain sectors starting to go through a little bit. Thank you, Ram. Much appreciated. S&P 500 is still falling to the downside. In terms of your sector performance, XLE negative, communications positive, materials negative, financials under pressure, they're negative, industrials negative, technology XLK green, doing quite well, consumer discretionary, Tesla, Amazon doing well, retail under pressure today, healthcare green, utilities green, real estate green, staples is green. So it's a mixed bag of tricks. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sectors red, the rest are green, 6 sectors green. Oklo is still ripping to the high side. Crazy, crazy mover. S&P 500 still seeing a little bit of top wick distribution, but buy the dip is trying to come in. Your IWM is now looking a little bit weaker, guys. Your Russell 2000 starting to get heavy here. Notice how SPY is much higher off of its opening range low compared to the Russell. The Russell is seeing a little bit of distribution. IONQ still holding short. IONQ didn't cover at the lows. Again, its pre-market low was all the way down here at 63 bucks. Any thoughts on Lam Research, LRCX? Let's take a peek. LRCX is certainly coming in just a little bit here. Lam Research coming in. Nvidia though squeezing to the upside, trying to keep a lid on some of the semiconductor selling. You're seeing certain semis. Lam Research does look like a bit of a short intraday. It's now negative on the session, very extended on the chart. Huge, huge run. It's a tough name to short, but very extended. If you're wanting to short this via swing trade, I have no problem. It's super duper extended here. Let's go back to Oklo. Oklo is still absolutely ripping my face off, but I do think that one will come in. Micron trying to catch a little bit of a bid. IONQ still trying here. S&P 500 still trickling lower. Triple witching playing the cards? Yes, sir. Oklo still squeezing. Uranium up 3.7. No real sell side pressure yet on URA. We'll see if that wants to change. Dixie trying to carve out a little bit of a bottom off this 97.56 area. Crude oil is falling more. Nat gas is falling more. Tesla still up 2.7%. Meta up 0.2. Google up 0.67. Apple up 1.2. Microsoft up 1. Nvidia up 0.5%. And Amazon up 0.79. Your IWM is looking a little bit heavier. Testing your opening range candle low on the Russell 2000. We'll see if that wants to come in at all. Wow, crazy. SMR up 11. Oklo. Nuclear stocks are your strongest stocks pretty much in the market here. They are absolutely flying. QUBT is flying as well. That's up 16.7. BBAI still up 3%. CDLX up 16. Palantir up 2.5. AMC. AMC's trying to squeeze right now? What is AMC trying to do? Up 4.75% on AMC. Let's look at GME. GME also trying to squeeze. Craziness. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Let's look at KSS again. Is that going to have a breakout squeeze? Nope, that got faded quite sharply. Let's look at Krispy Kreme. I could go for a Krispy Kreme donut right now. All right, we're still seeing semiconductors out, seeing some distribution, trying to bounce, but the rest of your mega caps are strong. Tesla ripping, Google coming in just a little bit, Nvidia breaking out to the highs but hitting a little bit of near-term sell-side pressure. Amazon still looks super duper strong. QQQ still holding steady. Your Russell trying to hold that opening range low. SPY looking pretty strong. IONQ coming in just a little bit. Oklo still trying to squeeze. I'm down about $6 per a share. Crazy, crazy move on Oklo. AVGO has firmed up. IONQ coming in. ALAB has caught a bid. The whole market has caught a bid here, guys. Oklo seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. Dixie still weak on the session. Open trying to go positive. Intel down 2.5%. Snapchat down 1.84. Rigetti up 3.6. Tesla still trying to squeeze, trying to catch 3% gains on the day. Warner Bros. Digital Media. Palantir still doing quite well. LDI still down sharply on the session, trying to firm up here. Let's look at the IWM. IWM still trickling lower. You do have some regional banks under pressure this morning, as well as your XLF is certainly under pressure. We'll see if banking stocks want to lead this market a little bit lower. So between banking stocks and stocks right now, those are pretty two big important weightings in the market. And I'm very surprised that the S&P is holding steady. Obviously, JP Morgan, also another leader. Typically, when this stock is down sharply, the markets follow suit. We'll see if that gives us a little bit of insights. As of now, Mega Cap Tech is still trying to hold this market steady. Nvidia, Tesla, Apple, Google, Microsoft, all doing wonderfully well. Netflix back above 1200. Oklo still trying to squeeze to the upside. Crazy. Bitcoin and Ethereum still under a little bit of pressure, but trying to carve out potentially a little bit of a bottom. Still have majority of your sectors green, but there's certainly a little bit of distribution under the hood of this market. Let's do a quick peek at RSP. So right now you have SPY flat, RSP slightly negative. So there is some selling under the hood of this market. Looking at Micron, Micron is almost at that gap fill, almost down 5% on the session for Micron. Crazy, eh? Oklo, potential 10-minute topping tail. Come on, Oklo. I would love to see Oklo do a bearish engulfing candle, a tombstone reversal. That would be crazy if Oklo puts in a topping tail today, guys. Just be aware that typically these blow-off moves, you look at the volume that Oklo is trading today, it is pretty immense, already over 7.5 million shares there. It's strong, but if Oklo puts in a topping tail today, that would be pretty sublime to see. IWM coming down a little bit more. Gold has softened. The Dixie still curling to the downside here. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. S&P 500 still holding near the highs of this chart. Craziness. Crazy, crazy. SoFi still up 3.4. SBET trying to catch a bid. Micron still under a lot of pressure. SMR still up 10. Broadcom starting to see some more distribution. ALAB back down 2%. Oracle up 1.5%. BABA still up 1.38%. Let's look at FedEx because FedEx did report that earnings. Obviously, it's holding some strength. UPS is trying to go for a breakout out of the high of day. Let's look at Dragonfly. Dragonfly is just ripping today, guys. Look at our DPRO. We keep pounding the table. I'm up over 31% and I am not even selling this name. Although I think we could be due for a pullback, I liked Dragonfly all the way up to $8. Gap fill is my next real big target. But S&P getting some sharp rejection there. Well, Dragonfly up 31% on the commons, and I want more. I'm going to be absolutely greedy. IONQ potentially also going to revisit the lows of the session. I still remain common shares short on IONQ. I'm short 200 shares off of the 69.46 area. Still looking for more. Oklo, come on, Oklo. Come on back down to earth. Uranium still up 3%, seeing a little bit of top wick distribution in URA. We'll see if that one wants to come in today. Oklo is kind of trading just as a higher beta play than uranium right now. SOXX seeing a little bit of distribution. IWM is trying to break that opening range low. Look at the Russell. They're trying to do a sweep. We'll see if they can sell this name back down. Don't be surprised if we see quite a bit of selling into the end of the week. There's been an extraordinary rally in the markets today. Profit taking would not surprise me. I closed a whole bunch of long trades yesterday, took profits. I know one of my other institutional investors closed a whole bunch yesterday. He runs about a $12 billion fund in Toronto. He closed a whole bunch of longs yesterday. There's certainly, smart money has certainly been trimming into this. So just be aware. Just be aware. Oklo still trying to hold steady. The market is still holding technical bullish structure, but we are extended. Very extended. Open door continuing to come in just a touch. Apple still pushing. Microsoft up 0.93. Nvidia trying to recapture its prior day high. Yeah, I know. I should call him as a guest, eh? It would be pretty good. Amazon still doing wonderfully well. Oklo still trying to push. Nvidia still acting well. S&P 500 still pushing. Nat gas is catching a bit of a bid up, sorry, only down 0.82%. WTI crude down 0.43%. Unfortunately, I don't think he's in the position. I could always ask him, but I don't think his fund allows him to speak regarding that terms. They're more of a private wealth management group. Call his wife. Yeah, yeah, I should, eh? JP Morgan still under pressure, but trying to bounce off of the lows. Tesla coming in just a touch here, still up 2.5%. A little bit of top wick distribution. Nvidia is absolutely flying right now. Nvidia is sucking some of the liquidity out of Micron and other semis and trying to push higher here. SMR still up 9.9%. BABA up 1.61. Oklo still up 13.8. Look at our Dragonfly flying to the high side. Volume coming in, ladies and gents. Oof. We are ripping on Dragonfly. We are flying. I've been talking about this one for a number of weeks. A buy and hold. The fundamental thesis is e-commerce growth. The trend into Christmas, more packages are set to being ordered and delivered. This is a huge transportation and delivery company in Canada. I shouldn't say huge, they're pretty small still, but they are expanding. I see their trucks and vans everywhere here in Canada, and they are growing sharply. If you believe there's a boom in e-commerce and still strength in retail sales, which we've seen, there should be a continuous bid under delivery for e-commerce, but Dragonfly is flying. It's very risky, but day after day we keep seeing massive moves to the upside, breaking out here. Quite crazy. Let's look at Coles again. Coles is pulled back, trying to firm up. IONQ still acting well at the highs of the tape here. Pretty crazy move on IONQ and these quantum names. Still seeing SOX, guys. SOX is still looking weak here. SOXX. If it wasn't for NVIDIA just absolutely flying here, I think that these semis would be in for some troublesome price action. I really, really do. Let's look at some of these other names. AMD. How's AMD doing today? Under a little bit. Intel catching a little bit of a bid. Let's look at ASML. That one's trying to firm up. AVGO. Big bottoming wick. Likely will retest the lows. Let's look at LRCX again. That one is looking a little bit distributive. Also a potential short trade. Mindfulness brought up that one. It does look ready for at least a little bit of a 2 to 4% decline, I would say. Let's look at Taiwan Semi. Taiwan Semi coming in. Let's look at AMAT. AMAT had a strong day yesterday. AMAT still acting well. Let's look at Okta, OKTA. That one had a strong day yesterday. SMCI trying to hold steady. Ticker ARM. ARM is holding steady. Interesting. Very, very interesting. All right, Oklo, enough is enough, Oklo. Give me some distribution here. Taiwan Semi down 1.43%. Your Russell 2000 still trying to hold steady. SPY still negative. Russell still negative. Qs are green. Meta just turned negative. Meta is seeing a little bit of distribution. Sell side price in META. Watch your communication stocks. Maybe Google's going to follow suit next. If Meta's under some pressure, Meta holds the most weighting in your XLC basket. Therefore, XLC has now gone negative along with Meta. That could put some sell side pressure on Google just based off of pure sector rotation. You could also see Snapchat under pressure. You could see WDC see some. XLC is a pretty strong sector of the market that if it starts to fall sharply, you can see a little bit of a choppy price action and pattern in communication stocks. It could hurt your S&P 500. It does carry quite a bit of decent weight in the market. NVIDIA still trying to hold its gains. XLC coming in a little bit more. Oklo still holding quite steady here. Micron still down 4.7. Broadcom down about 0.9. A-Lab starting to come in just a little bit. Still a strong, strong name. That has been a tough, tough short, but starting to weaken here. Bouncing off of losing the 7-day moving average actually. Let's see what happens here with the S&P 500. IWM is still trying to hold steady. Let's look at Open Door. Open Door still holding steady. IONQ softening up just a touch here. Intel still trying to bounce. AGMH, what the heck? Up over 400% on the tape. I mean, what the hell is going on with this name? Just absolutely squeezing and minting profits. Looking like it wants to go for that gap fill. Crazy, eh? What a mover. That is filthy. S&P 500 is curling down. PLTR could be in for a short scalp opportunity here, ladies and gents. PLTR sweeping a gap zone here, looking a little bit extended intraday. The S&P 500 is starting to fall a little bit more. Looking at QuantumScape, huge move on QuantumScape. Jeez. Plug Power ripping to the upside after a big dip and reversal. Crazy moves. Looking at QUBT. QUBT, another high flyer, absolutely sweeping the highs of that chart. What a filthy beast on QUBT. Absolutely extraordinary price action. Craziness. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Let's look at some of these other names. Roblox. Roblox trying to make a little bit of a move. Hood. Hood is still strong on the tape. Let's look at Carvana. Carvana still trying to retrace that nasty little topping tail. Crazy move on Carvana. Let's look at RKLB. RKLB just chopping sideways. ASTS trying to break out here. RKT, still seeing some crazy moves there. All right, we're seeing the S&P 500 starting to trickle a little bit lower here. A little bit more sell side pressure. Meta, Google softening up. Come on down, Oklo. Come on down, Oklo. What are you doing up there in the stratosphere? That is just crazy. Uranium is still holding steady. That is just a phenomenal move on OKLO. S&P 500 still looking a little bit weaker here. Taiwan Semi still selling off. Nvidia coming in a touch but above its prior day high. IWM maintaining its opening range low. Interesting. Very, very interesting. WDC still up 0.93%. SoFi up 3.9. SOXS looking like SOXS is putting in a bit of a potential intraday bull flag above its opening range high like it wants to press higher, guys. Here comes your S&P 500 starting to soften just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Here we go. Come on, S&P. Come on down. Come on down, S&P. Micron, new low of day for MU. Dixie trying to firm up here, guys. So the Dixie's been weak ever since the market opened. It is trying to carve out a little bit of a base. Simultaneously, you do have crude oil trying to make a little bit of a double bottom W pattern like it wants to push here. Crude oil could be ready, but Micron, they are just absolutely slamming this name into the ground. Crazy, eh? Look at that potential weekly topping tail forming on Micron. That is a filthy, filthy little reversal. How are some of these other high short interest names? Chewy, not looking too bad intraday. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Crazy. Big Bear is still up 3.82%. Dragonfly up 10% now, guys. Holy moly, look at this name. Every time I just keep pushing back to this chart, my P&L just keeps screaming higher here. Whoa. DPRO is a beast mode right now. That is crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. You're seeing some massive volume coming into your eVTOL stocks, guys. Look at Archer. Our $10 calls could be in the money today. Come on, we have been patient with Archer Aviation. Finally seeing that name starting to firm up on the overall daily chart. Let's see if we can squeeze some of these eVTOL stocks. That's crazy, eh? This market is just on a next level. Next level. Craziness. Look at Archer Aviation squeezing to the upside. Wow. That is a filthy move on some of these eVTOL stocks. Craziness. Archer Aviation is now 5.46%. This market is just in full blown beast mode. Uranium is still trying to make a push. I mean, oh my goodness. Oklo is a monster, up 17%, just kicking my butt this morning on OKLO. But that's okay, we got a lot of other stocks performing quite well. Oklo's still probably going to come in at some point. S&P 500 is bouncing. IWM and S&P are trying to turn back to the green side. Qs are really your only indice that is green. Meta still negative. JP Morgan firming up off of the lows. Look at Archer Aviation flying. DPRO still clearing $6. This LDI still looks super duper weak. Micron still trying to push here. Oh my God, Oklo up 17%. What is happening in the uranium space? Just absolutely ripping to the upside. This is quite crazy. Quite crazy. Tesla still fading from the highs just a little bit here. So Tessie coming in a touch. Monster price action. There's a lot of stocks that look to be having blow off tops. I mean, uranium now up 5%. Holy moly. Clearing $48 on URA. That is just filthy. Crazy moves. Oracle up 1.8%. A-Lab continuing to soften up here, curling to the downside on ALAB. Holy crap. Altimmune trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. ALT, that name is starting to firm up here. Archer Aviation still acting well. Dragonfly still trying to push. Let's look at Oklo again because that name is just ripping me apart for now. For now. Micron catching a minor bid. Nvidia looks like it's trying to firm up as well. IWM is curling back down, seeing a little bit more sell side pressure. Will it break the opening range low with conviction? Let's find out. We will find out very shortly. Your SOXS taking a little bit of a breather, but still holding steady at the highs here. Dragonfly is still flying to the high side. New high of day for DPRO, up 10.62%. Oh my goodness. Is it tempting to sell this stock? It sure is, but pushing 36% on the commons. Can we get a double on this name? Maybe. Just maybe. We might be able to. The nice thing is that if this stock doubles from our entry, which would be around 886, we just trim half of our initial investment and let the rest ride for a long-term investment. That's crazy. And I do have a potential upside target of 10 bucks on this Dragonfly. I know I'm talking my own bag, but I think it could get there. Let's look at FedEx here. FedEx is still acting quite well. How's Pepsi doing? Backing and filling. Hershey still backing and filling. Crypto looking a little bit better. BTC USD. Symbol doesn't exist. What am I talking about? BTC USD. Bitcoin still just consolidating here. Like it's trying to firm up though intraday. IWM still acting a little bit soft here. Trying to come in a touch. Holy moly. This market is on some next level stuff. IWM still acting well. Look at Oklo. Oklo is just ripping to the upside. Uranium is just going bananas today. Holy moly. Oklo. Oklo pushing for 20%. IWM still curling down 0.3%. SPY still curling slightly down 0.4%. Dow's green, Bitcoin negative, crude oil firming up. Dixie still trying to carve out a little bit of a base here on the 10 and 15 minute chart. Oklo is still absolutely squeezing. Archer Aviation still absolutely squeezing, guys. Look at Archer. Archer is literally flying. eVTOL stocks. How's Joby doing today? I haven't looked at that one. Joby also squeezing. They're kind of neck and neck right now. But Archer Aviation pushing to the upside here, catching some serious liquidity and volume here. Absolute monster, Archer. Crazy. S&P 500 still trying to push. Your IWM is running into a little bit of sell side pressure. Look at that move on Archer breaking out of that falling wedge pattern, triggering a bit of a inverse head and shoulders on the daily chart. Archer does suggest that it has more upside left in the tank, guys. Looking pretty good. A-Lab still selling. Baba still trying to press. Dragonfly still squeezing. Squeeze this DPRO, guys. Squeeze it. What a candle. It's probably due for some consolidation. You are seeing the IWM soften up just a little bit here, guys. So just be careful with small caps, regional banks, retail stocks, and biotech. So the IWM is comprised of regionals, it's comprised of biotech, and it's comprised of retail stocks. So those three sectors need to be watched carefully. Look at retail stocks getting absolutely clobbered, guys. They are sending XRT into the graveyard this morning. Oklo, still a beast up here. Look at the volume on Oklo. Holy moly, that is insane. That is insane. I can't believe I'm tempted to even add to my short, but I'm gonna be cautious and I'm just gonna use proper position management with Oklo. I'm not gonna add anymore. It is what it is up here. DPRO, another high of day up 11.72% and squeezing. Look at that move. That is just a filthy beast of an inverse head and shoulders breakout. Absolutely flying to the high side. Holy moly. Crazy, crazy, crazy. LDI still weak on the session. $4 puts are deep in the money right now. Interesting. SoFi still squeezing. Alibaba still a beast trying to hold near the highs of this session. But this Oklo chart is just one for the ages. I'm telling you. I'm going to look back on this uranium and it's going to be like, holy moly. Wow. Nvidia putting in a bit of a bull flag consolidation. Your Russell just got a 10-minute bearish close underneath its opening range low, but chopping around. Chopping around underneath that underneath that opening range low. It's a weird chart pattern for the IWM. Very weird. Oklo still trying to squeeze. IONQ just sitting right on our short level. You got Nvidia still up 0.8, Amazon up 0.92, Microsoft up 0.91, Apple up 1.4 and trying to push, Google up 0.34, softening up a little bit. Meta still negative, Tesla still strong. Micron still weak, Taiwan Semi still weak, Broadcom still weak, A-Lab continuing to sell off here down 4.6%, sweeping the lows on A-Lab, triggering a bit of a bearish intraday head and shoulders. Big bounce on your Russell 2000, still trying to rope in investors off of this opening range low candle. It is absolutely a monster right now. Oklo still surging to the upside here. Dragonfly still up 11.72. Archer still up 5.84. Baba up 1.5. IONQ up 4. Crazy moves. Bitcoin still selling off here. Crude oil trying to go positive. Nat gas still down 1.2. Dixie up 0.2. 10-year yield trying to firm and creep up here. Your UVXY slightly green. Interesting price action here in the tape. Look at Oklo going for another high of day. Holy moly. Jeez, that is crazy price action. That is crazy price action. It has taken me down to the cleaners. We're still seeing this market consolidating in a very tight range. Very tight range. So I'm down right now in Oklo about $1,000 on my common share short. But that is okay. We got time in the session for these markets to trickle lower. I still think we're going to get a sell event in the main indices. I still think semiconductors are too strong. What you're seeing today is the liquidity that's coming out of your SOXX and semiconductor ETF. It is just finding a home in these high flying momentum stocks. It seems like Oklo right now is the most profitable company in the world. And can you believe that they still are an unprofitable company? S&P 500 still trying to push up and holding 662 on the chart. Crazy, crazy, crazy. DPRO still squeezing. Archer Aviation still squeezing. Come on, hit 10 bucks today and I'd be a happy, happy camper. My oh my. Look at Dragonfly. Oh my gosh, that is crazy. I'm so tempted, but I'm gonna hold steady. You know, as a trader, Dragonfly is telling me to trim here. It's going against every bone in my body, but I'm gonna keep my investor hat on, and even if we dip 10% on it, I'm still holding DPRO for the longer term play. IONQ still had a monster run to the upside, huge bounce starting to come in a little bit. IWM seeing a little bit of distribution, just hanging on by a thread to this opening range low. We're going to see if it starts to come in quite sharply. SoFi still an absolute beast, putting in a potential little topping tail here. Let's look at PYPL. PayPal still just chopping sideways. How's Trade Desk doing? Oh yeah, and curveballs, I know you're listening. If that pattern ticker goes live, look at TTD. I didn't even notice it made a new low today. Wow. If pattern goes live or when it goes live and I'm not paying attention to this PTRN, just let me know. Let's look at Stub. StubHub. Ooh, I said Stub. If it made new lows, I would be a buyer. That is interesting. It's definitely making new lows here. Stub is definitely making new lows. That's crazy. That is filthy, filthy, filthy. Holy moly. Dragonfly now up 12.82%. Thank you, Curveballs. Appreciate that. StubHub, interesting. I'm tempted to buy some here. Let's look at Figure again. Figure's starting to come in. I do have a day trade long on Figure, but it's lower. It is lower. But wow, look at the volume just coming in on Dragonfly. Fly, baby, fly. Soaring and roaring, guys. This is crazy, crazy, crazy. What an absolute beast. Oh my God, it's still coming in. Up 13%. Can we get it up 20% today? Holy moly. I mean, talk about a pump in Dragonfly. Absolutely squeezing. And again, we were putting this on everyone's radar in this 430, 440 zone. And it's just been a rocket ship off of that zone, guys. It has been an absolute monster. LDI, El Diablo, still coming in, looking like it wants new lows on the session. Great job there. Micron, what an absolute beast of a gap down. Looking like Micron's trying to put in that weekly topping tail. Still has a little bit more room to the downside. Oklo still absolutely slaughtering me. Still down about $1,000 on these common shares, but that is okay. This is a blow-off move if I've never seen one before. A-Lab now down 5% on the tape, going for new lows. A-Lab is getting absolutely dusted on the back of Nvidia taking an investment in Intel, so that is directly correlating to some negative price action. A-Lab is certainly coming in hot and heavy, falling sharply to the downside. Nasty, nasty, nasty. How is Hims and Oscar doing? HIMS, wow, still a monster, up 4.6% today. Absolutely squeezing. How is Oscar doing? Oscar also trying to push UNH. UNH softening just a little bit. CNC still just chopping around sideways. IONQ still just chopping around. A-Lab's still softening. Dragonfly still pushing. Come on, DPRO, fly to the high side. Flying. It is flying. Let's look at IONQ again. That one's still near the highs of its tape. Extremely extended. PLTR still trying to push and break out of a flag pattern. Robinhood looking a little bit distributive. Roblox still under some pressure. RKLB catching a bit of a bid here. Come on, Oklo. Give me some sell side pressure here, Oklo. S&P 500 still under a little bit of pressure here. Archer Aviation still up 5.7, getting a little bit long in the tooth here, especially if the markets see some distribution. They're trying to sell the IWM back underneath that opening range low, guys. The IWM has tried numerous attempts to try to get above this level. Could be a make or break moment for the Russell 2000. A little bit of top wick distribution coming into your Oklo chart. URA is still up 5.42%. Holy moly. I'm tempted to full port short on Oklo here, but wow. They're just squeezing it to the upside here. S&P 500 coming in a little bit more now. Come on. Come on. Come on down, S&P. Give us some sell side pressure. A little bit of top wick distribution in NVIDIA. NVIDIA is running into a bit of a point of control zone as well as a gap fill. So there is some sell side resistance up here for NVIDIA off of that 178.10 level. Your Dixie is curling down though, so that could be helpful for the market, believe it or not. Surprised to see the market not taking advantage of the Dixie softening here. 10-year yield still at 0.36, 2-year yield up 0.14. Crude oil after briefly trying to go green, back down 0.6% on the session, looking like it's going lower now. Nat gas still down 1.1%. SPY and IWM still negative on the session. QQQ still at 0.35%, $2 on the session. JP Morgan has firmed up off of the lows quite nicely, but still negative. Meta is still trickling a little bit lower. Surprisingly, after you've seen quite a bit of videos circling around with their new Meta Ray-Ban glasses. Actually, is there newer one at Ray-Ban? I don't even know if it is Ray-Ban anymore. I can't remember. But Meta releasing their new augmented reality glasses September 30th, and they look pretty cool. I mean, you have that new neuro band that they put along your wrist, and it kind of triggers, hand movements. It allows you to write. The glasses can basically translate live in different languages, subtitles. Look at the S&P starting to fall now. Your open put is finally green. Yep, open coming in, nice 3% or so. Starting to fall to the downside on OPEN. Big drop on the S&P 500. Look at the make or break moment for IWM losing that opening range low. We could see a pretty hard sell in the markets. You have some massive extension moves in certain stocks, and you have semiconductors weak today. So come on, baby. Let's dump it. Let's dump it. Come on down. Come on down. Sell it, SPY, sell it. Here we go. IONQ softening. Oklo coming in. Your Russell 2000 selling off. Your SOXS is looking for a new high of day. SoFi coming in. LDI down another almost 10% on the session. Micron still selling. Your Archer put is green. Nice job on ACHR. Good stuff. Yep, that's coming in sharply. Look at everything. Everything is starting to come in except for Tesla holding steady. Google could be going negative next, guys. We are seeing Google looking a little bit heavier here. Broadcom AVGO continuing to sell. AMD still strong but acting well off of its prior day high. Very, very strong. Dragonfly still trying to hold, but seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Oklo seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. S&P 500, come on, give me a bigger dip down. Take us to this gap fill. Come on, S&P. Let me see this daily chart of SPY. Yeah, SPY's crazy, eh? SPY is crazy. SPY coming in a little bit more. Come on. Come on. IONQ curling down. Dixie trying to firm up just a little bit. 1043. Uranium is softening up a little bit, guys. Uranium back under 5%. So URA is starting to come in a little bit. Let's see if this Dixie wants to find a little bit of a bottom off of pre-market low. IWM still trying to find a little bit of buyer support off of this key opening range breakdown. Look at ALAB dumping. ALAB is now down 7% on the session. Dump it, ALAB, dump it. What a frickin' beast. Triple witching. Remember, there's still triple witching hour. They've kept a lot of stocks absolutely elevated here. I think what happened with Oklo is you had so many people yesterday off of that blow off move pile in on 0 DTE Friday put options that expire today, thinking Oklo was probably going to retrace, and market makers saw all that liquidity and just absolutely snaked it. Snaked it. AMD put his green. Nicely done. Beautiful. Google about to go negative. Meta looking pretty bearish. JP Morgan coming in. Russell 2000 selling off pretty sharply here. Come on down. Come on down, S&P. Take us back through that opening range low. Oh, close. Still coming in. Apple still ripping up 1.73. Tesla still holding steady but coming in a little bit. Communication stocks are under pressure. Financial stocks are under pressure. Take us down. Micron looking like it wants new lows on the session. Come on, SPY. Give me a big dip. Give me a big dip. Still have Oklo up 16.6, but that's starting coming in. My P&L is starting to change a little bit here. IWM is now down 0.5% on the session. SPY is down 0.15. New lows on the S&P 500. VIX is pushing to the upside. Gold still acting well. Crude oil selling. Bitcoin selling. Dow almost going negative. Amazon, Nvidia, Microsoft, Apple still green. Come on. Give us more downside, SPY. You know you want to. You just made a little bit of a low pivot breakdown there. Come on. Micron just made a new low. Micron is now down over 5% on the session. Oklo down, down. Come on. Yes, Oklo is going to go down. I'm telling you. Maybe they keep it somewhat elevated this week, but Oklo is going to have probably a 20% fall next week or very shortly. Look at them sell this Micron chart. New lows for the SPY. Micron down 5.22%. Our SPY puts are starting to wake up quite nicely here, guys. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Come on down, SPY. Come on down. I want you lower. Beautiful. Look at SPY ripping here. Ripping. Our puts are almost pushing 45% here. Come on. Get me to 50%. Come on. Oklo. Yep. Oklo's still strong. LDI still down 9. A little bit of top wick distribution in certain mega caps. IWM still selling off, breaking and violating that opening range low. Still has quite a bit of downside movement in your Russell. Maria, good morning, Maria. Long time no see. Hope you've been well. Open is heavy. Yes, it is. Open is heavy. A lot of stocks are looking pretty heavy here. Open looking heavy. LDI looking pretty heavy here. Your semiconductor chart, SOXS, breaking out to a new high of day. A lot of stocks are looking very, very heavy here. Look at your Russell 2000 looking extremely heavy. Now the SPY is testing 661, guys. We're almost up 50% on those puts. Come on down, markets. Look how heavy Micron is. Now you're getting some downside pressure in certain quantum stocks. There are still a lot of stocks elevated here. Nvidia is coming into its prior day high. So a big level for Nvidia. If Nvidia loses prior day high, it is going to certainly see more downside. Meta looking heavy. SPY still coming in. Come on down, SPY. Our 660 puts that we entered are now up 50% members. Come on. Keep selling this market lower. Nvidia coming into a little bit of support. You do have your dollar starting to rally here. We're seeing quite a bit more distribution. Micron selling off. Taiwan Semi selling off. Broadcom seeing some distribution. Looking at ALAB. ALAB still getting absolutely smoked here. Coming in hot. Oklo still a beast. Uranium still up 4.37%. Micron sweeping some lower pivot liquidity. Come on, a little bit more downside, SPY. A little bit more downside. Crazy moves. Micron's still selling off. Look at your SOX ETF. SOX is trying to sweep this low pivot. Coming into prior day low. This is a big level for your semiconductors. It's already down 1.2%, but can they push SOX all the way to gap fill today? That would just be absolutely mean. That would be so mean from the market makers. But your gap fill on your SOXX is still so far away. That would put the SOX down another 2.17%, guys. Imagine if that happens. You would have a complete bloodbath in Broadcom. You would have a bloodbath in AMD. You would have a bloodbath in Intel. You would have a bloodbath in the Qs today if they were to be nasty and push us that down. Micron, which has been a leading semiconductor recently, is certainly showing us those signs, down 5.6%, almost forming that weekly topping tail. Things are looking pretty filthy for Micron and certain semiconductors here. A lot of semiconductors are showing some distribution. You look at Taiwan Semi also looking heavy. ASML still extremely elevated, positive on the session. This is another one that can go negative. Let's look at Lam Research, LRCX. That's trickling lower, so I hope you took that short trade there on LRCX, but your SOXS is still trying to pump to the high side. Still looking like it can go higher. A little bit of buying support coming into your S&P 500. We're seeing IONQ starting to sell off now, getting a little bit heavier here on the tape. LDI making new lows, guys. Look at that. Another double-digit down day on LDI, testing 370. What an absolute beast. Meta trying to firm up. Apple still keeping a lid on this selling. Apple Dapple is ripping here. Imagine if Apple wasn't up 1.85%, where would this market be going? So liquidity coming out of semis piling into Apple right now. Still acting very well for Apple. So that is certainly helping this market as of now. Craziness. That is crazy. Insane. Oklo's still a beast, holding steady at the highs here. Micron trying to firm up. You have Nvidia bouncing off of that prior day high, or at least coming in to test it. Your Russell 2000, though, look at that IWM, guys. That is not acting well at all. Huge move on the Russell. Take a look at what we're selling off of. What an extremely elevated over a 2 standard deviation band on the IWM. We swept it today and we are seeing rejection. 2 standard deviation move is pretty important to recognize in the market. Look at your US dollar index, DXY starting to pump here. SoFi has been a relentless monster today. That is starting to come in. Craziness. Crazy. China stocks are still acting well. Open is down 3.2%. Quantum stocks are trying to bounce. Oklo is still just an absolute filthy beast right now. Jeez. S&P 500 trying to catch a little bit of liquidity here. Let's see if they want to bounce it and then take us down. But new lows on the S&P. We should see a little bit more distribution hit this tape. Really, it's going to come down to your mega cap tech. How much does Apple push today? Apple is your strongest mega cap tech. Tesla's starting to soften in from the highs just a little bit. S&P 500 still coming in just a touch. Oracle's still acting quite well. Let's look at Cloudflare, NET. NET pushing still elevated on the chart here. Interesting. NET. Let's look at IGV. IGV, wow, look at IGV. That's a strong chart. Big bounce on S&P. I don't know if that was a news candle, but wow, what an absolute bounce on the S&P 500 there. IWM sprinted below the moving average, the 200 moving average on the 10-minute. Look at this IGV ETF, cloud-based stocks hitting a longer-term trend line today on the weekly chart. That is interesting. What an epic move. I don't know if there's news there hitting that tape. Let's see. Um, that looks like a bit of a news candle on SPY. Could be. Could be. Did any of the mega caps catch some news? I'm just looking. Oh, Apple had a huge punch. Apple had a huge punch to the upside there, so that's what really helped the S&P 500. But wow, that's an interesting chart there on IGV. Quite interesting. All right, I guess we need to watch Apple here because Apple's ripping here, basically making new 52-week highs, testing 242. Look at that. Apple trying to go through opening range, pushing to the upside. Oklo still testing 124. Crazy. Lululemon slightly negative. Dragonfly taking a breather. Micron trying to catch a bid, but still down 5. A-Lab still down to 6.3. LDI, El Diablo. New lows on the session down 11.19%. They are absolutely just taking this one into the ground. This was one of our insider selling alerts. Huge amount of insiders selling this name, and we are seeing it getting absolutely clobbered. Carvana still acting well intraday. Looking a little bit bearish there on Rocket Labs. Still trying to hold steady. Interesting. Oklo still holding steady. Let's keep Apple on watch here because this is what is holding up this market right now, in my opinion. Apple is just absolutely in sheer beast mode right now. Sheer beast mode. Look at this move in Apple squeezing to the upside. Nvidia trying to hold that prior day high. Ugh. Meta is still under quite a bit of pressure. S&P still trying to shake off a little bit of the selling. Your IWM is still down 0.5%. SPY still negative. Q still green. Apple still up 2%. Meta down 0.2. Google struggling off of the highs. Microsoft still up about 1%. Nvidia up 0.6. Amazon up 0.87. Qs are seeing a little bit of top wick distribution now. Your SOXX is still pretty weak on the session. It seems like that was a little bit of a liquidity pump and absolutely selling into it. S&P looks like it's going to give us new lows on the session. Getting an alert on TALO, Tallow. What is happening here? Oh, wow, bloodbath, down 3.15%, coming into your first high pivot. Why did I have an alert there? That's a weird spot for an alert. What is happening here? Maybe just for a day trade scalp long? Is that what I was looking at? Yeah, probably just for a scalp long, but I don't really like it anymore. I will watch for a move into sub $9. Sub $9. I think we could look for a move there. Micron's still trying to hold steady and firming up. Your S&P 500 is just chopping right at that OR low. Right at that OR low. That alert is just saying happy birthday. IWM still looking pretty heavy, guys. Oklo yet again pushing back to the upside. This is some triple witching shenanigans with uranium. Craziness. Wow, LDI still selling off here, guys. Crazy mover. What a sell-off there in LDI. That is crazy. Archer Aviation still up 4, but off of the highs. Broadcom trying to still bounce. SMR still up 15. That is filthy. Your IWM still looking fairly weak here, getting chopped and sold into quite sharply on the Russell. Russell is underperforming. We need to buy Oklo so it goes down. I know. I've come to terms today that they're probably going to keep Oklo fairly elevated today. You're probably only going to, there's probably a lot of interest on the open interest around puts on Oklo this week. There's probably a lot of zero DTEs for Oklo to get a big drop this week. So I think market makers are going to manipulate this stock, keep it elevated, and maybe we only see a decline near the end of the month next week slash into the October period. So just be patient with Oklo. Uranium's still acting super duper well, but it does seem to me that they're going to be keeping this one fairly elevated. Quantum names are starting to get another bid higher here. QUBT, IONQ starting to rip here. Look at Oklo. Oklo is just an absolute beast. You do have Nvidia though starting to sell off just a touch here. Nvidia losing its prior day high in the near term. Let's look at Apple Dapple. Apple's got a little bit of top wick distribution. This market is still acting well intraday. Curveballs is already up 1K. Beautiful job. I like to hear that. I do like to hear that. Nice job. Oklo up 20%. What an absolute filthy beast. IONQ breaching, making a new 52-week high for IONQ. Absolutely crazy price action. Dragonfly pushing back up 10.6% on the session. BBAI still up 3.18. Mongo still doing well. SMCI struggling. GDX is ripping. Crazy. Ethereum now down 2%, so ETH stocks are certainly under pressure. Bitcoin down 1%, Nat Gas still down 1.43. Your dollar is still trying to firm up on the session. Interesting. Very crazy price action. Very crazy. Certain staple stocks are acting quite well on the tape. Ethereum looking pretty bearish, guys, intraday. Look at crypto getting absolutely slapped around here. Ethereum making new lows down 2% back under 4,500. This is not looking too hot right now for ETH. It's looking like it can go quite a bit lower here. Micron trying to firm up. Quantum names are still acting well. Meta's still negative. Apple's still trying to push. Craziness. SPY point of control, they're going to hold it here for some time. Yeah, it's looking like they're defending that opening range low. You still have weakness in the Russell, but a lot of strength creeping back into Amazon, Microsoft, Apple, Tesla trying to firm up. We'll see, right? Your semis are still weak on the tape, but they are trying to give it a little bit of a facelift here. That's for sure. They're still trying to pump Oklo up. Craziness. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Dixie's still trying to push. You got your 10-year yield climbing. Again, I think that it has to be around this triple witching. You know, gold is still up 0.63%, trading at 36666, the devil number there. Um, so gold is still strong right now. You know, gold's still pretty much near all-time highs, slightly off of it. So miners' revenue is still acting well. You got crude down today, you got natural gas down, so those are some input costs that are basically helping miners, but it likely is due to option X. It seems that in this triple witching day, a lot of the strong stocks, your high flying stocks that have been ripping over the last month or two, are catching unrelenting bids. You know, name like uranium, Oklo, your quantum names, they're absolutely flying to the upside. So those strong China names are strong today. So those names that have been printing to the high side, that's clearly what they're doing is keeping them elevated here into OPEX. But GDX, yeah, up 3.47%. Filthy monster. Crazy. All right, Newmont thing. What else we got going on the table? Let me scroll through my mega or my large cap list here. Roku, that's green. Lithium stocks seeing a bit of a big. SMR still ripping. Starbucks green. TPST, that's seeing a little bit of a bid. Airbnb's green. MBI, CMND. Interesting. Valero struggling today. Rig, coherent. Snapchat seeing some distribution. Good thing we took some profits on Snap yesterday. That's exactly what I was expecting. Twilio down a little bit. Transport stocks are mixed. Intel still down 1.1. Regional banks are still under some pressure today. So again, regional banks not really giving up anything here. They are still under quite a bit of sell side pressure. Therefore, that is continuously putting some downside pressure on the IWM. So it's clear that financials are really under pressure today, and it's very counterintuitive, right? You would expect the rate cuts and increase in net interest margins for banks should be helpful, but that's not what we're seeing today. Interesting. And if we do go into a market recession or a global decline or a buy the rumor, sell the news type of a rate cut event, your two sectors that typically will sell off with extreme force. XLE typically falls at a ratio of 2 to 1 compared to the S&P, so it's almost like a levered downside play. And then XLF also falls very quickly. So as we progress into the 2026 period, you want to watch XLF and XLE very closely. Humana today, another bloodbath for HUM. Is this coming into a buy zone? Ooh, Humana, come on down, Humana. I like you. I like you. Come on down, Humana. Oclo still up 17%, seeing some slight sell side pressure from the highs, but still a absolute beast. IONQ still pumping to the high side here. Your IWM is on to its second consecutive hour of sell side pressure, looking like it wants to come lower, ladies and gents. Oclo finally seeing some sell side pressure. S&P coming in just a touch here. IONQ coming in just a touch here. Certain China stocks are seeing some sell side pressure. A little bit more red starting to appear on the screen. You know, this market would be down a hell of a lot more if mega cap tech wasn't keeping it up. Relative strength is starting to break down in this market. That's exactly what I'm observing. Positive day for ticker LYFT. That's doing very well. Uber doing very well today. Again, healthcare stocks are under a little bit of pressure. Copper stocks are doing well. Baba's still doing well. Lululemon under some pressure. Hershey seeing a little bit of defensive capital flow. That's doing well. Come on down, S&P 500. Let's see you fall. Your VIX is still catching a bid. 10-year yield is starting to rip here, ladies and gents. Look at this 10-year yield. We don't have a 19-year yield. US 10Y is ripping potentially for a new high of day. IONQ seeing a hard reversal from the highs. Our SPY puts are starting to print yet again. Come on. Take us down. Take us down. IWM looking for another new low of day. SOXS looking for another high of day. Look at Nvidia. Nvidia is starting to get heavy here. Nvidia has been strong. The next mega cap, if we see Apple give up any of these gains, we're going to go lower in this market. You got the IWM going for a new low of day. You got Meta under quite a bit of pressure making new lows. Google, I think, is the next mega cap tech with Nvidia to go negative. But Nvidia coming in hot and heavy here, seeing some sell side liquidation in your big behemoth. It is pushing SOXS to new highs. Nvidia still selling off sharply here. My oh my, look at the sell side pressure in Nvidia. That is coming in pretty hard. You also got SoFi coming in pretty hard from the highs. Let's see if they want to take Oklo lower. Uranium is still up 4.72%. Micron has stabilized. What else? Oracle starting to come in. So a little bit more mega cap distribution. Tesla still up 1.7, holding steady. Google slightly green up 0.2. Nvidia up 0.28%. They're still trying to sell this S&P. Come on, give us a new low flush. Oklo still acting well. IWM still coming in hot and heavy here. The Russell looks like a 10-minute bear flag. Looks like the intraday bear flag's about to break down here. You still have your US dollar index trying to break out and push higher here. UVXY catching a bit of a bid. VIX is above its prior day high, looking like it's trying to build a bullish base off of that PDH level. We are looking like we could be in for a little bit more choppy downside price. Qs are still holding steady though. Your Russell's still looking extremely heavy. Crude oil selling off a little bit more on the back of the dollar strength. Gold is still trying to rip here to the upside. We'll see if that one wants to come in at all with the dollar trying to firm up here. Let's keep a little eye on Oklo here. Oklo potentially seeing a little bit of a near-term top on your hourly chart. You got an hourly topping tail trying to form an incredible amount of volume traded here today. Anyone that is buying Oklo up here, yes, I'm short Oklo, but I am still down about $800 on my common share short. My average short on Oklo is 114.09 common shares. And I'm absolutely okay with that because Oklo I still think is going to be an $80 stock. And if uranium crashes, Oklo could easily be a $50 stock. It is not a profitable company yet. It is still burning cash. It is basically a dumpster fire running on pure uranium hype. So if uranium price comes in, which it likely will at some point, Oklo is going to have a hard fall. But as of today, I'm certainly getting slapped around on my Oklo short. For now, the day's not over. It's 11 o'clock. We still got a few hours left in the tape. And we are seeing this market under a little bit of sell side pressure. Come on, give me a flush in on the SPY. I want to take some profits off of these put options. LDI still down 11.56%. My oh my. Craziness. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Open still down 3.17. IONQ still coming in. Nvidia is trying to bounce. Apple still holding steady up 2%. Microsoft coming in from the highs. Google about to go negative for Mr. Google. Google and communication stocks are seeing some distribution. There's new lows on Google. Give us new lows on SPY. Come on. Give us new lows on SPY. You know you want to. You know you want to. This market will likely see new lows. Google starting to come in. Come on. Don't bounce us here. Ah, they're bouncing Google there. A little bit of a bounce. We'll see how short-lived it is. Your Russell 2000 still looking somewhat bearish. It's cracked that opening range low. SPY is just starting to crack its OR low. That is typically a bit of a bearish signal intraday for the market. Let's see if we can get some more downside in this tape. Come on down. Tesla's still up 1.64. Meta negative. SPY negative. IWM negative. Bitcoin negative. Ethereum negative. Nat gas negative. WTI crude negative. Yields are positive. Dollar positive. Gold positive. Amazon still doing well. Apple still doing extremely well in the face of this market environment. Look at Apple. Apple's putting this market on its back right now. If Apple starts to get rejected off of this vicinity, we could see a pretty big sell-off, but Apple right now acting very, very well. You have to take your hat off for Mr. Tim Cook there because things are looking pretty strong in Apple Dapple land. IWM just printed a new low on the session. Craziness. Oklo starting to look a little bit heavier here. When the leading stocks start coming in hard, you better take note. DPRO, Dragonfly still holding steady at the highs. AVGO still trying to push here. Come on, Apple. Give us a nice fall. Apple still looking strong, but coming in slightly. Your Oklo put is green. Nice job there. Yeah, Oklo could have a hard fall. Uranium's still strong, though, up 3.6. Taiwan Semiconductor, that's coming in hard, almost down 2% on TSM. And dripping SPY just printed a new low there. Come on. We're up about 50% on our SPY put. I'm looking for more members. I've given you the first trim target in the options group. Come on. I'll be trimming half of my SPY put and leaving runners in place, but you do have that target price that I put in the group. So our 660 put that we took near the highs of the tape here is acting very, very well. We're pushing up 50%. Come on. Come on. Cash out on IWM puts. Well done there, curveballs. Well done. Excellent job. Your Dixie is still starting to scream higher here, ladies and gents. Look at the dollar. Dollar pushing IWM down, pushing SPY down. We just tagged 50% profit on my SPY put, but I'm looking for more. Come on. Come on. Get these 660s in the money. Get these 660s in the money. We got IONQ softening up a little bit more. Oklo still acting well, softening up. Uranium still holding steady. Apple just a beast. Does not want to come down at all. IWM still weak. Bitcoin down 1.3%. Ethereum falling. Like I said, crypto's looking nasty. Nasty. Again, guys, please hit that like button on the stream here. Commentating can get exhausting. S&P bouncing here. Oklo still up 16%. Apple starting to come in a little bit. LDI trying to find a little bit of a base, but still down 11.4%. Let's look at SoFi. SoFi still under a little bit of pressure. Carvana still under a little bit of pressure. Palantir coming in from the highs, looking a little bit weaker as we speak. Craziness, crazy. Look at ALAB. ALAB is still selling off like it wants new lows on the session. They are just knifing ALAB. They are trying to bounce the IWM just a little bit here. QQQ looks like QQQ wants to come into its gap fill. So Qs are looking a little bit heavier here. There goes SPY, yet again continuing to see some distribution. Apple Dapple, whoops, that's not Apple. Apple Dapple coming in hot and heavy now. Apple's been one of the stronger stocks in the market. Come on, down. S&P, give me a nice impulse candle down, kind of one that we saw here. Give me a hard waterfall sell-off. Come on. Micron's still trying to stabilize. Your semiconductors, SOXS is up 3.68%, trying to potentially firm up off of the lows here. Come on, go for prior day high on your SOXS. Apple getting much heavier here. Google's about to go negative. Microsoft still holding, Amazon still holding steady, Nvidia trying to bounce here, but underneath its prior day high, we are looking a little bit softer here in the market, like we want to come in. Oklo's still holding 122, like a freaking champ. Who's holding Oklo up here? Is that you, curveballs? You got to liquidate your Oklo holdings, so we crash the stock. No, Oklo is just a beast. All right, Nvidia's seeing a little bit more selling. Apple getting a bit heavier. Micron starting to firm up. IONQ still up 3.7%. Quantum stock still doing well. Semiconductors are still under immense pressure here. You look at the SOXX. SOXX is hanging on by a thread here, looking like it wants to take out this low. IWM still ridiculously weak right now. S&P 500 about to make new lows on the session. There it is. Look at that. You got IONQ now coming in pretty sharply. Apple starting to come in. Google just went negative, just like we were discussing. Google really starting to test that OR low range. Come on, SPY. Keep falling here. We're dripping here. We're dripping. We still have potentially quite a bit more downside. We could easily take out this low pivot sweep zone here on SPY. We could easily have our 660 puts in the money today. Look at that. SPY puts are still ripping. Come on. Take us down. Take us down into that gap. Take us down into that gap. Come on. Give us. What are we holding here? Let me look at the 5-minute chart. We're probably hitting an EMA. Yeah, we have an EMA 113 on SPY 5-minute coming in very quickly here. But I don't think it's gonna. Google catching a nice bounce. Nvidia's still curling down. Let's look at Oklo. I don't even want to look at Oklo. Oklo's still coming in. Yeah, I know. I'm on SPY puts to recover. I mean, the nice thing about Oklo is it's common shares. You know, right now I'm trading 0DT SPY puts. I'm up about almost 50%. Could have taken 50, but I'm looking for more downside. You are trying to get a little bit of a bounce. Nvidia's still curling down. IONQ trying to push. Apple trying to get a little bit of a bounce here. Google's trying to bounce as well. Ethereum getting absolutely clobbered. That is down 2.88%. Snapchat getting sold into. Marvell's turning slightly negative. GDX still ripping. Okta down. Google back to the positive side. Open Door down 3.32%. Micron down 4.8%. Broadcom down 1.1%. ALAB down 7.5%. Apple's still curling down, testing 242. Nvidia still curling down. Microsoft and Amazon are now holding steady. So now you're going to need to see Amazon break down here, but that's still holding steady. and you need Microsoft to come in. SPY still looking pretty heavy here, guys. SPY is still looking pretty heavy, but with Microsoft and Amazon holding steady, it's tough to break this market down. At this point, you're going to have to see some considerable selling in Apple and Nvidia to really wane in on this market. And you are seeing heavy price action in these two behemoths right now. What else we got going on? Oclo still up 16.4. Come on, give me new lows on SPY. Give me new lows. Nvidia coming in hot and heavy. Google still holding positive price action. Look at Nvidia selling, Apple selling. Come on, take us lower. Take us lower. Come on down. Let's look at Oklo again. Oklo still trying to hold steady. Uranium still holding up 4.8%. Google still trying to hold that OR low. Amazon still trying to push to the upside here. So Amazon's kind of the next shoe to fall. You've had some softening in Apple. Apple's starting to come in, which is helping push the S&P 500 down. You need Microsoft and Amazon to start giving up some of the goods to push S&P 500 into this gap fill zone. We are just hovering there. Come on, it looks very heavy. IWM still trading at the lows. Meta still negative. JP Morgan down 0.5%. Google trying to hold on to positive. Apple still up 1.75. Microsoft up 0.8. Nvidia up 0.2. Amazon up 0.1. They're trying to bounce it just a touch here. Your US Dixie guys, look at the dollar. Look at the US dollar. It is trying to firm up just a little bit more. I'm surprised they're not trying to push this S&P down just a little bit here. Just a little bit. IONQ starting to get a little bit heavier. We're still short IONQ. Still acting well. Amazon, though, still acting extremely well. Amazon's kind of diverging from the market like it wants to try to push here. Crazy price action in Mr. Amazon here. All right, Nvidia trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. Apple trying to bounce off of a 10-minute moving average. Micron's been chopping sideways. Oklo's still up 16.7. There's a bit of a bounce coming into S&P. They're trying to defend that 661 zone. Nvidia is still looking heavy. Gold is still surging here. Bitcoin down 1.3%. Yields are still trying to press. VIX is still slightly green. Crude oil and energy are weak. Nat gas still under pressure. Archer Aviation still acting somewhat well, but it has pulled in from the highs. ACHR, Dragonfly, DPRO still bullishly consolidating. You've had a little bit of a defensive play firm up off of the lows. Smith & Wesson trying to make a little bit of a push here. Let's look at Oracle. Oracle still holding steady. Cloud stocks are starting to come in, but still holding steady. Your SOXX looking to lose that prior day low. Coming in, Alibaba starting to soften just a little bit from the highs. Interesting. Open Door still trying to come in, making new lows on Open. Open looks like it could sweep this major pivot low around 919 today. That's where it looks like it's going. Your Russell 2000 still coming in. Can't type the IWM here. Russell 2000 still starting to come in just a little bit. Google still holding on to positive price. You now have Amazon starting to soften up just a little bit. So remember, Amazon, if that sells, that's going to be the next thing to take SPY to new lows. And then you'll have to watch Microsoft. There's new lows on SPY as Amazon's selling. SPY just printed new lows. So exactly what I said. Now the next one that we need to watch is Microsoft. Is Microsoft going to give up some of these goods? SPY is starting to sell off here just a little bit more. Apple's still acting well. Will Microsoft start to soften up and give us new lows? Nvidia absolutely getting dumped on right now. SPY is still coming in hot and heavy. Look at Nvidia falling to the downside. What is that doing for AMD? AMD also starting to soften up. Taiwan Semi, another big major component, starting to soften up, continuously dripping lower. Intel looking like it's putting in lower highs, lower lows. Yep, the US dollar is firming up here. Come on, take us to profit target on SPY. Our puts are still printing. New profit highs on our SPY puts, printing 60 cents. Come on, we're almost up 100% on our SPY puts. Beautiful, beautiful job. Come on. Come on. 62 cents. Here we go. Here we go. Nvidia almost going to the negative side. Oklo, you Oklo's just nasty. Oklo's just nasty. I hate Oklo right now. All right, SOXS. Look at SOXS fly, guys. Flapping its wings and soaring. Your US dollar is continuing to push. Your VIX is starting to get a little bit of a volatility spike. Come on. Come on. Meta down 0.3. It's still your only mega cap that is negative. JP Morgan and financials. JP Morgan has bounced, but it could potentially come under pressure. Let's look at Citibank, still holding pretty good. Bank of America, still holding. XLF still looks weak on the session. We still should see more distribution in this tape. Oh, big bounce there on SPY. Holy moly, look at the bounce. Is that a news candle? What the heck is happening on SPY there? Is there news? I'm not seeing anything on my feed, but that looks like a news candle spike. Don't know if that's a short covering there, but that looks like a news candle spike on SPY. What the heck caught the liquidity there? I don't even know what caught that liquidity there. Apple, no. Meta, no. Google, maybe. Was it Google? Does anyone have any news hitting the tape there? I don't even know what that S&P spike was from, but it's a pretty big spike there. Pretty big spike. Let's see if we get sold into. We've seen kind of two of these movements in SPY. We saw it over here, a big spike, and then they sold into it. We're seeing it again though, but I'm not really sure where it came from. Dixie's still pushing, so the Dixie hasn't really sold off there, but S&P caught a nice bid. Your IWM really didn't participate there. Caught a little bit of a bid, but still coming in there. LDI making new lows on the session, just continuing to be an absolute bloodbath there. But your S&P 500, interesting price action there. Wasn't really from Apple. I'm not too sure where that spike came from, guys, in the S&P. Does anyone see any major S&P 500 stocks that saw a fat green candle? Because that was a crazy little reversal there. I'm not seeing anything yet. Just looking across the board here. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. Open door still trickling lower. Let's see if they do a liquidity grab there. Maybe it was just a fat finger trade where someone exited their short covering. That looked like maybe a short covering pop. JP, was that you? Did you just cover your shorts there? Popping the S&P 500? JP just closed $1 billion SPY short. No, I'm kidding. IWM still trickling lower here. So even though with that pop you have new lows on the Russell, IWM still dripping to the downside here. Amazon back up 1%. Nvidia back green. Microsoft still acting well. Come on. They just do not want to let us hit our target zone on SPY just yet. But look at the Russell. Russell coming in hot and heavy. Russell's just bleeding here. You're really not hanging on to any sort of support on your IWM up until you get to this 240-250 range. Daily chart, you're still super extended. 4-hour chart, elevated. Look at that liquidity grab, getting people excited, and then they sold into it there. Wasn't even that much volume, to be honest. I'm still holding my SPY puts. Come on, take us to target. Take us to target. IWM still dripping lower here. Oklo, still, you have to get bonds. Yeah, getting some bottle service, buying a booth. No, I'm actually going boating. Boating. Amazon's starting to get heavier. Still pushing here. Pushing down on Nvidia. Nvidia and Amazon are getting heavy here. So Amazon, a leader today, coming in sharply. Nvidia coming in sharply. Look at our SOXS. It is ripping. Rip, 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 rip. Oh my goodness, DPRO through this volatility is trying to make a high of day spike. SoFi still trying to hold steady. I mean, look at uranium. Uranium is still holding steady. LDI is still coming in quite sharply. Let's look at FDX. FDX is still holding steady. UPS coming in sharply. Constellation Brands, still weak on the session, trading at 131. Just cannot get any sort of love in that name. A-Lab is still coming in sharply on the tape. Nvidia still looking heavy. Dixie pushing here, guys. Your US dollar continuing to rip to the upside. We're still up over 50, 60% on our put options here. TP1 members are coming into target. TP1 is coming. We are coming. Micron has stabilized since it went through that morning sell side pressure. Let's look at IWM. IWM still selling off. Nvidia still selling off. Semiconductors are weak, 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 weak. Look at SOXX. It's trying to sweep that prior day low, really coming in hot and heavy. Microsoft starting to come in. Amazon coming in. Apple still remaining pretty firm here on the tape. So again, now Apple needs to be monitored because Nvidia, Microsoft, and Amazon are starting to sell here. Apple's keeping a lid on things. Google's also keeping a lid on things. Your semiconductors are still acting very, very well. Look at Google trying to hold your S&P and Qs higher here. Google and Apple are now flipping from weak sell-off points to strong stocks. Microsoft coming in pretty heavy here. Amazon coming in pretty heavy here. Nvidia is trying to stabilize, but semis are still under quite a bit of pressure. Oklo trying to push back higher here. Let's look at that QQQ. QQQ is starting to diverge and catch up to the downside in the market. Your IWM is still looking pretty heavy. Come on, S&P 500. Give us a nice sweep into that target. Look at the Qs. Qs are coming in. IWM still absolutely melting here. Boom. Look at this, guys. Come on, S&P. Come on. We are melting there. Beautiful. Line there on the S&P 500, guys. Nice little trade there. All right, TP1 members, TP1 just hit. I took a trim on my SPY. Beautiful job, netting about 75% gain on S&P 500 puts. Still writing half of my contracts break even stop. We could be seeing some crazy moves. Nice little trade there, guys. That was a member shout out. We took 660 0DT SPY puts near the high of this chart. Just took first trim for about 72% profit. That was a nice little member option trade. Live trading alert. And now the trade is risk free. So that's a good little trade there on our 0DTs. And we can let the rest of this ride. Yes, we can. Hopefully everyone took that with us. Still riding SPY puts. Another little alert on Humana. Is saying, whoa, sold my Very and missed that big spike. Look at Humana, guys. There's a day trade long potentially coming up here on Humana. I'll look at Very. You're sweeping a major pivot low here on Humana, guys. Yeah, this is a interesting area. You just see this low here. Down 4.41%. Sweeping some major pivots. SPY is still selling off here. Our contracts are almost up 100%. We're almost up 100% in our SPY puts. All right, Humana is into a long level. I want to let it sweep this major pivot here. Come on, sweep that pivot. Sweep it, sweep it, sweep it, sweep it. I'm looking at trading HUM on the long side for a long scalp. In terms of 0 DTE trades, let me just look at the chain here. IWM is starting to bounce. Oklo's still a beast. Oh my goodness. Just give me a sec, guys. I'll be right back. So I was muted. Nvidia did turn negative there on the session. Let's look at Humana though. I think there is a bit of a day trade scalp long setting up here. Nice little 0 DTE bounce. All right, so we're trading at 254. 254. Opening range is at 259.60. We come into this area, sweep that low pivot, pierce 253. That's what I like. So if we come into 253, bounce back to 254, and let's see what strikes they have. 250, 250, 255, so it's only 2.50 increments. Could get a bounce back to 255. Contract, oof, the spread is huge. What the, I hate when they do this. A 40-cent spread right now on the 255s? Come on. Your dollar's still squeezing. Apple is still squeezing here. Crazy. Craziness. don't like that spread on Humana. What if we buy in the money? Even a bigger spread on the 250, 250? Is there manipulation of this stock? Wow, that is crazy. The spread on Humana, I'm looking at a 0DTE call option for a bit of a dead cat bounce. But that spread is just too filthy. What about 250s? 250s is huge as well. So basically 255s are our best bet, but that's a huge spread. So if we sell down to 253, buy the 250 250s, 255 is up here. Oh. I'll try taking a stab at 255 calls on Humana if we get down to a pierce of 253. So I want to see Humana pierce 253, and then I would consider taking a stab on the call side, but I'm not hitting the ask. I want to get the bid. Right now the spread is tightening up a little bit, so I like it. There's a bit of an aggressive long level here. It's a bit of an aggressive long level. It is coming in here, Humana, so I'm interested in scalping it on the long side, watching it closely. Dixie is still ripping here, though. Your US dollar is still ripping. Breaking out of its opening range high again. Oklo still strong as ever. I am starting to see a little bit more weakness in commodities. So you're getting some reaction to the stronger dollar. You're getting crude oil to soften up. Nat gas is still starting to soften up. You still have weakness in Bitcoin, even though it's trying to bounce off of the lows here. So I'm expecting a lot of other commodities to start putting in a little bit of sell side strength. Looking at silver here, silver absolutely still flying to the upside, but I think it's getting a little bit extended. Maybe one more sweep of the high, but commodities should react a little bit to the dollar trying to break out here. As long as the dollar stays firm above that OR high, I mean, look at copper. Copper's still acting well. Wow, crazy. Market is bouncing quite nicely here. Quite nicely. Humana still under quite a bit of pressure. Quite a bit. Open Door Technologies is still coming in. Whoops. Open is still under quite a bit of pressure. Still seeing that name coming in. Google still positive. Big Bear still positive. Okta down. SE showing strength. Ethereum still down 2.5. Starting to see some healthcare stocks catching a bid. Look at UNH starting to fly. CNC is probably going to catch a sympathy bid. XLV is starting to get a nice fat candle to the upside. Let's look at Pfizer. Pfizer still sucking on the session. mRNA still looking pretty nasty. Oscar taking a breather. HIMS. HIMS is still a beast right now, acting well. All right, so big bounce in the markets starting to form here. SPY pushing right back up. LDI, El Diablo, new lows. I mean, they're just liquidating this name. Holy moly. Crazy, eh? All right, Humana still coming in. Humana still falling sharply. Humana is falling. Apple, Google still trying to push. Amazon still trying to push. Nvidia trying to catch a bit of a bid here. Look at Humana. Humana's starting to come in a little bit more now. It is coming into an aggressive long level on HUM. There's quite a bit of support coming here. Getting very stretched to the downside here on Humana. It's going to be a high risk trade, guys. High risk trade on Humana. I'm looking at 255 0DT call option, but I want to see it below 253. Only if it goes below 253. It's getting very close. I'm taking a 255 call on Humana. I'm hoping I get filled around 50 to 60 cents. They are absolutely knifing it right now. Getting nicely oversold for a bit of a dead cat bounce here. It's aggressive. It is risky. Size down if you're going to trade it. They are absolutely knifing Humana. Catching a bit of a bid in your semiconductors. Oklo trying to push back higher here. There's the knife of 253, guys. There's the knife of 253. All right, I got to fill at, let me just see here. 60-cent fill. 60-cent fill there. See if Humana can catch a bit of a dead cat bounce here. Getting absolutely bludgeoned. Piercing 253. And they push it back to 255. We're looking for a $2 bounce on Humana. Come on. Micron getting a push. Russell 2000 still selling off quite sharply here. Humana still weak on the tape. Going lower. Going lower. Open now down 5.23%. Oklo still up 18.17. Humana down 4.5% and falling. Look at the downward pressure in HUM. Pretty filthy. Pretty filthy. Very sharp decline. Trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. S&P 500 still just chopping around here. Humana is trying to carve out a little bit of support. Going lower. Humana looking to sweep even more lower boundary pivots. Crazy decline. Coming into quite a bit of support here. Oversold intraday, but it's OPEX. They could easily overshoot even strong technical levels. Spread still hasn't changed on Humana. Dixie's coming in just a little bit. Your IWM trying to bounce a little bit. Micron still acting well. Come on, bounce Humana. Bounce HUM. So market is trying to bounce still and hold steady. IWM trying to muster up a little bit of strength. S&P obviously bouncing off of that gap fill. Micron curling to the upside. Nvidia back to the positive. Apple back up 2%. Meta still down 0.6. Tesla still up 1.7. Microsoft still doing well, but off of the highs. Bitcoin still down 1. Crude oil still softening. Nat gas still softening. Gold still pressing. Dixie coming in just a little bit here. Humana right back down. Still no love for HUM. They've tightened up the spread quite a bit more now, which is good to see. They have tightened up the spread on Humana. Again, I'm long 255 0 DTs. It's a very aggressive and risky trade. I've been patient with this name. Dixie still softening up just a little bit. SPY is still trying to repress for that opening range low. Your IWM is trying to curl slightly to the upside. Nvidia trying to bounce a little bit, but still underneath its prior day high. Micron is catching a decent bid. Humana still going lower. Whoa. Crazy move down, eh? Crazy move down. Are they trying to sweep some weekly liquidity? Wow. That was a previous gap filled down there at 247. That would be crazy. Still seeing Humana under a lot of pressure right now. No bounce yet. Still between a 60 to 70 cent spread. S&P still trying to hold steady. Micron catching a really decent bid here. Semiconductors are trying to firm up. Oklo still pushing up above 125. Craziness. All right, Humana seeing a little bit of liquidity down here. Just a little bit. Give us a bigger bounce. That's what I'm talking about. Spread is starting to widen a little bit. Come on, Humana. Come on. Take us to 254 first level. 255 is all the way up here. Nice bounce potentially trying to occur on Humana. Bit of a 5 and 10 minute reversal. Come on, get to 254 at minimum. Come on, Humana, muster up some strength. IONQ pushing, Micron pushing. Stock market is catching a bid here. Oklo still ripping. Oracle catching a decent bid. Semiconductors are seeing a little bit of a bounce here. The Dixie has softened. QQQ still green. Qs have been green all day, up 0.3%. IWM down 0.7. SPY down 0.13. Meta down 0.58. Tesla up 1.7. JP Morgan down 0.3, but it's firmed up quite nicely off of the lows. You got Nvidia back to the green side, just barely. Amazon still doing well. Apple doing very well. Micron catching a nice bid. Look at Dragonfly, DPRO going for another high of day. Ascending triangle intraday looks very, very bullish. DPRO still acting extremely well. Archer Aviations still trying to get a little bit of a fat candle move to the upside. You have your semiconductors, SOXX, bouncing quite nicely. Let's look at healthcare, XLV. After a little bit of a top wick, now catching a little bit more of a bid. UNH still trying to press for a little bit of a new high of day. Interesting. S&P 500 retesting that opening range low, acting a little bit better now. Come on, Humana. Give us a bid back higher here. Still seeing the spread on Humana is starting to blow out. It's a 100% spread, so I'd be careful not trying to chase it here. A 50-cent spread on a 50 and $1 bid and ask, that is a big spread, and I can see why they're trying to pump it up here, and the spread is a 100% spread. You do not want to slap the ask on that, because that is how they capture you and destroy you. The time was to take the chance when we were falling and the spread was a little bit more narrow, but a nice little 5-minute uptick starting. Come on. If I can sell the ask already, I'm up nicely already on Humana, but I'm looking for at least a move to 254. Come on. Come on. Come on, Humana. SOX is trying to keep pushing here. IWM curling up, your dollar curling down. XLF firming up off of the lows really, really nicely. Regional banks are trying to firm up off of the lows quite nicely. JP Morgan catching some liquidity. Apple still trying to push up a couple percent. Financials are starting to look a little bit better here. Indeed they are. GDX up 4. Snapchat down 2.5. Marvell still slightly negative. Ethereum still under pressure. Copper still doing quite well. Humana coming in just a little bit more. ADBE, Adobe trying to firm up. Oklo up 20%. Oh my goodness. New high of day for Oklo. Still deciding it wants to squeeze. Oklo pushing higher. Uranium hasn't even given us a new high. Well, actually, yeah, it is. It's pushing for a new high right now. That is filthy. Humana still trying to shake off some of this sell side pressure. Down 4.49%. Coming lower. US dollar still softening up just a little bit. So that's why stocks are taking full advantage of the Dixie curling back down. Maybe putting in a lower high intraday session. Maybe. Shades of water. Look at the big ripper on SPY. Huge rip. Huge rip on SPY. Big push higher. Google pushing right back up. Meta's still weak. Tesla's still middling. Apple ripping. Amazon strong. Nvidia kind of just chopping sideways. Still slightly green. Micron starting to catch a nice bid. What else we got moving today? We got Intel still down 1.4, Open down 3.92, Plug Power still up 2.62, Rigetti up 12.6, QUBT up 23.71, BBAI still pushing here. Big Bear AI still acting quite well. Another little daily high candle there. Good to see. QuantumScape is absolutely squeezing today at the highs of its chart, just grinding higher and higher, looking like a beast. You have SoundHound starting to try to potentially put in a bit of a higher low, trying to break out a little bit here. PLTR still exceptionally strong today, up 3.8%. Wow, look at Palantir, almost back to the highs. Can you believe that? That low candle, Palantir's back up 29% from that massive sell-off. Right back up. Crazy, eh? What's this DNN? Let's see that ticker. Seeing some high volume. Also strong. Humana right back down to the lows. Damn. They just do not want to firm this one up. Selling healthcare. Crazy. IWM still curling back to the high side. QQQ still trying to push. Big bid there on Humana. There's a chance to get an even lower. Anyone that hit the bid there on Humana could have got in at 45 cents if you had a resting order filled there. Even better entry than I would have had, but we'll see. I still think Humana can get a nice bounce. You do have the markets trying to stage a bit of a rally here. Look at Humana, nice fat candle to the upside there. Beautiful. The spread is blowing out. It's more than 100% spread right now between the bid and the ask, which is telling me that we're probably going to see some higher price in Humana. Pump it, pump it, pump it, pump it. Come on. Catch that bid, Humana. Catch that bid. Come on. Pump it higher. Nice move back up on HUM. I like it. I like it. S&P 500 quietly grinding higher and higher. BBAI still trying to squeeze. Boom, boom. Come on, HUM. HUM starting to take us in profit here. This is what I'm talking about. Come on. Come on, HUM. Take us to the promised land. I've been patient with this one. This is a great setup here. Markets are pushing. Everything's catching a decent sized bid right now. Come on, Humana. Keep going, Humana. Keep pushing. Keep pushing, Humana. Keep pushing. Oko's still pushing for 128 up 22%. Just a absolute monster. Holy moly. Sox is still curling down. Getting some more solid price action creeping into some of your higher speculated. Look at Archer Aviation going for high of day breakout. You have sympathy in Joby. eVTOL stocks are flying. The market is absolutely ripping here. But look at Archer. Archer's going to give us a new high of day print. Can we get our $10 calls in the money today? That would be pretty interesting to see. Your S&P 500 is absolutely flying. Flying to the high side. Crazy. IONQ quantum stocks are still squeezing. S&P, IWM, QQQ all squeezing. Look at that S&P bid off of that gap fill. Nice job taking profits down there. Holy moly. Because that just absolutely snaked all of the people chasing puts looking for a bigger breakdown. Got absolutely clapped. Clapped. Now the question is, are we going to put in a lower high or a higher high? Lower high or higher high? An aggressive short zone is into the 662.50 zone. That's an aggressive short zone on SPY. But we are flying on the S&P 500. Holy moly. Apple just ripping. Yeah, I trimmed half of my contracts for 73%. I'm now stopped out of the rest of the contracts at break even, but we took profits right before that rip up. That was our TP level. That was the alert that we sent to members. I'm up about 25% on my Humana call, but it's still struggling down here. It's trying. I'm surprised it hasn't caught a bigger bid here. IONQ ripping, Micron ripping, Archer ripping, Nvidia curling, IWM seeing a little bit of top wick distribution now. Markets are relentless. Relentless. Come on, Humana, give me a bigger bid than this. You're talking about that's it? That's all you got? No way, you got way more than that. Come on. There's a nice little 5-10 minute hourly chart gap fill right at this 254.80. You know you want to get up a little bit more. That's a huge drop on Humana. It's a big drop. Humana has had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 consecutive hours of selling. 9 hourly chart red candles in a row. Absolutely crazy. Look at all these red candles. 9 hours of sell side pressure on Humana. Crazy. And they're still trying to sell it a little bit. Nvidia now curling slightly down. Micron seeing some distribution. Dollars trying to firm up a little bit more now. Uranium still up 5.86. Taiwan Semi still down 1.84. Broadcom trying to go positive. Still down slightly. Oklo still up 22%. This is a big level for Humana. It's a daily chart level. It's a 4-hour chart level. Mainly a 4-hour chart level. That's what I'm kind of trading this scalp on Humana. It's a daily and 4-hour chart level. So we'll see if we can make some money. But the upside that I could see Humana bouncing back to, especially if the market remains firm, is 258 is where I could see the max bounce to. So 258 is all the way up here. Max target. That's where I could see it. I'm not looking to hold all the way up there, but that's where I could see it bouncing to. Still up about 25% right now on the bid. Almost up 100% if I hit the ask and get filled there. But come on, pump it a little bit more. Pump it a little bit more. SPY is still a freaking beast right now. Look at that S&P 500. Just absolutely filthy. Archer Aviation, 6.2%. Dragonfly, right back to the highs of the tape. Looking like an ascending triangle breakout. What a beast. Holy moly. Craziness. IWM still curling to the upside. S&P 500 still absolutely flying here. Craziness. Come on, Humana. SPY's still freaking strong. Really strong on SPY. Come on, HUM. Nvidia curling down, Dixie trying to curl up. Micron still touching a little bit of resistance off of its prior day low. So Micron retesting its prior day low. S&P 500 seeing a little bit of selling as Nvidia's coming in. A little weakness creeping in. Nvidia back to the negative side, so Nvidia is starting to soften up. Meta continuing to sell, and so you're seeing some clear weakness in Nvidia today, and Meta especially. It seems like they're with all the hype around their new glasses, they're getting a bit of a buy the rumor, sell the news type of event. Your S&P 500 almost flipping to the green side there. Basically trying to go green as we speak. IWM still trying to curl to the upside. Your US dollar still trying to push a little bit. S&P 500 still pushing. Measured move to Oklo takes us to 140. Scary stuff. Scary stuff. Uranium did just print a new high, so Oklo is still squeezing here. 140 on Oklo, that would be insane, eh? We'll see. Anything can happen. We are in a crazy market environment, so anything can happen. That's for sure. You can see it even broken out in the RSI there. Crazy. It's one big extension move and a half. Absolutely insane price action in nuclear. Just going bananas. We'll see what happens. All right, Nvidia's softening up here as the Dixie's starting to press a little bit more here. You still have Oklo pushing for 23% on the session. Humana still trying to hold this long 253 level. Still up about 10 cents a contract here as we bought the spread at a much lower 60-cent bid level, but starting to get weaker here. Starting to get weaker on Humana. Looking like they want to take it for another low sweep. The bid is now 65 cents. The ask is $1. Still waiting for this name to push up. Thanks for that, Cabin. Appreciate the insights. Archer Aviation testing 985. So ACHR, come on, give me 10 bucks today. New high of day for Archer. Come on, squeeze these eVTOL stocks. Squeeze it. It is squeezing Archer Aviation. IONQ still running into a little bit of upside resistance. Nvidia curling down. Nvidia back to the negative side. Meta still softening up. JP Morgan selling off a little bit. Humana still seeing some weakness here. Apple right now is just a beast. One-way freight train on Apple just ripping to the upside. They've bounced Google quite phenomenally off of that OR low. They still keep selling Nvidia here. Nvidia is softening, looking like it wants to go lower. Microsoft is still acting decently well, but Apple is your bright spot in mega cap tech, absolutely pushing that. They've been selling Tesla really since the open. Tesla's looking a little bit more bearish now. So Tesla's looking like a lowercase bearish H pattern. Humana's still shaking out some of the bulls here. Interestingly, the spread is still positive on Humana. I'm down from my entry, but I'm still up on the position. That's crazy. Just by buying into this weakness, having a resting order at 60 cents. Are your US dollars still trying to firm up? IONQ seeing some softening. Pretty decent sized volume down here on HUM. Still could make one more little low sweep. Micron's still pushing. IWM has a little bit of top wicks. Meta's still selling. Apple's still pushing. Nvidia just trading sideways to lower. Oklo pushing for 130 now. Crazy. Up 23% on the session. Baba's up 1.45. Broadcom's trying to go positive. Western Digital up 1.2. Smith & Wesson, Open Door, that's had a nice bounce. BBAI pushing, that's up 4.46. Really strong move. Here comes Humana. Come on, give me a big push. SMCI still negative. Snapchat still down 2.3. Ethereum struggling. Let's look at this snap chart here because nice little pullback. Likely is going to get bought up here. So I still think Snapchat has quite a bit more room to run. If it pulls back into that PDL, that 810, I would be looking to accumulate. Ideally, you would want to see a gap fill on Snapchat, but I think buying into that area makes a lot of sense. I would look to deploy the profits that we trimmed yesterday back into, you can either do commons or some more of those options that we have. But an interesting mover there. SPY still acting very well, looking like it's going to go for a high sweep. UNH still just chopping here. XLV still trying to push a little bit. IWM still trying to curl to the upside. S&P 500 though, just a beast. Absolute beast. Oklo going higher here. Whoa, look at it, going for 130. Still no bid really in Humana. It's just taking its time down here. Dixie is quietly creeping higher. Again, this is an aggressive SPY short zone into this area. It's very, very aggressive. Come on, Humana. Catch a bid, Humana. Catch a bid. Nvidia still has some top wicks. Your US dollar is trying to firm up, which is why this is an aggressive short zone. US Dixie trying to bounce, creating a bit of a higher low potential. SPY still seeing a relentless buy the dip as people chase it. You've had now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 5-minute green candles in a row on SPY. IWM is still curling to the upside. Apple still pushing. Microsoft still pushing. Meta lagging. Tesla lagging a little bit. Nvidia is still negative. Look at that S&P, eh? Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. Come on, Humana, you have not bounced for me just yet. IWM still pushing, only down 0.47% now. Palantir still strong. JP Morgan trying to turn green. Archer Aviation, new high of day. ACHR, 12 cents away from 10 bucks. Archer's starting to squeeze here. Squeezing. Humana now trying to push back above 253. Come on. Get a nice fat candle. Come on. Nvidia is still looking fairly weak. So the rest of the market's trying to firm up while Nvidia is looking weak, Tesla looking weak, Meta still looking weak, Google looking a bit firmer, Apple still looking like a beast, Microsoft looking strong, Amazon looking strong. Oklo still pushing for 130, up 23.1%. Uranium is up 6.3. TSM still sort of lagging, but had a nice bounce there. Taiwan Semi. Micron still struggling off of that prior day low. Nice spread change on Humana, guys. Humana spread is blowing out here. Humana spread is blowing out. Our bid just shot up here. I'm up about 60% now when the stock price hasn't even moved. Humana calls are started. Something big in Humana is coming. The spread just blew out on the 255s. I'm almost up 100% and it hasn't even moved. That's crazy. That is crazy. The bid now on the 255 calls is at $1 and the stock price hasn't even moved. I'm in at 60 cents. This is insane. We're about to see a big move, I think, on Humana. A move to the upside. That's a crazy. All right, back down to 90 cents. Still up. Come on, get a bid here. All right, now it's coming back. That was insane. I should have just exited there. Almost at 100% profit on Humana bid and it didn't even move the price. That's insane. Come on, Humana. It's giving me a little taste of potentially what's to come. Maybe. All right, the spread just changed now again. That was weird. That was very weird. The fact that those contracts shot up that much. Still no movement in Humana. Your Dixie is still quietly trying to creep higher here. All right, Humana, come on. Catch a bid. Here we go. Here we go. Nice. Humana's starting to get going here, guys. This is where we make some money. Come on, HUM. Come on. Here we go. HUM starting to move. SPY just ripped there into that aggressive short level. I'm personally not going to take it. I would rather wait for a liquidity sweep of this high, preferably prior day high, just because we are seeing a really strong buy the dip. But here comes Humana. Come on, Humana. We're almost printing 100% on Humana. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Again, I'm looking at trimming Humana at 254. 254. Come on, Humana. Keep going. Keep pushing. Up about 75% on Humana calls. Come on. Keep going. Keep going, Humana. Fat bounce. Fat bounce. Stay strong. Stay strong. Flatten out those 5 minutes. Move up to 254. Big bounce. Big bounce. What S&P 500 there? Come on, Humana. Give me more. Give me more. You know you want to. You know you want to. The bid is at 95 cents. If I could get an fill in the ass, that would be up over 100%. Come on, a little bit more, Humana. Give me 254. Give me 254. Squeeze it. Squeeze it, squeeze it, squeeze it. S&P running into a little bit of sell side. Oh, come on, Humana. What are you doing? Running into a little bit of 10-minute chart resistance. Come on. Can't believe the spread is still up to 90 cents on the bid. We entered at 60 off of this level. Just shows you when the stock is falling how much risk they price into it. All right, Nvidia still looking weak. IWM still looking strong off of the lows. Dixie still holding steady. SPY looks like it wants to press for another high. Oh, Humana, you filthy beast. Just shaking and moving. Back to break even on Humana. Come on. Oklo's still trying to push. Archer Aviation still trying to push. Come on, get to 10 bucks. Oh, Humana, come on. What are you doing? What are you doing? Dragonfly coming in just a little bit. Apple still a machine right now. Amazon still softening up just a little bit. Google still coming in sharply. Meta, look at Meta. Meta's just absolutely getting snaked today. They've taken Broadcom positive. So nice job trimming at the lows there for AVGO. Taking full profits on our put options. Really, really good job. LDI still trying to bounce, but deeply negative. Your SOXS has softened up quite a bit, but semis are still under a bit of pressure. Your S&P 500 has flipped green. QQQ still acting extremely well. Micron getting another push higher here. BBAI starting to squeeze even more here. New high of day. Big Bear AI. What a ripper, guys. $7 calls are printing. Absolutely beasting. Humana trying to catch a bit of a bid. SPY still trying to hold steady. It didn't officially sweep that high just yet. Trying to, though. IWM still acting well. Nvidia still struggling. Apple, Microsoft, Google acting very well. Amazon still acting well. Softening just a touch here. Humana trying yet again. I've been patient with this. I want to get paid. I want to get paid on Humana. Come on. Still, uranium is still beasting. Crude oil trying to firm up. IWM still trying to curl to the upside. Nat gas trying to carve out a little bit of a bottom. Gold still consolidating, bullshing. Silver just a beast right now. Looking at your SPX daily chart, looking pretty bullish intraday, like we've built a big bull flag pattern. Insane price action in your S&P 500. QQQ still ripping into new all-time highs. S&P 500 seeing a little bit of sell side pressure off this resistance trend line, but it's trying to eat itself through that key level. Humana, you beast. Fucking guy just won't want to firm up here. Still up about 10 cents a con here, but hasn't it has not made the move I want it to make. S&P 500 seeing a little bit of rejection. We'll see if this turns out to be a lower high. That's the concern for the bulls. You have a nice bull flag pattern. It hasn't broken out. You attempted there. You're recaptured your OR low and OR high, so that is some bullish sign. The only problem is you have Nvidia Meta weak. Semis are still weak, but you got amazing strength in Apple, Google, Amazon, and Microsoft. So SPY right now just barely positive. QQQ obviously leading the charge, and IWM still weak. You got supportive prices by nat gas and crude oil being down. Yields right now are still elevated, 10-year yield especially. Your VIX is still slightly green, but they have been crushing the VIX pretty much all day, other than this initial sell-off. Still have a little bit of weakness in financials and regional banks, but JP Morgan has made a really stunning reversal. Micron has made a really sharp move off the lows. Broadcom has made a nice move off the lows. Archer Aviation going for another new high of day. Come on, Humana. S&P 500, harsh rejection there. Still have such a wide spread on these 255 Humana calls. It's making me still think they can give this a really strong facelift. I mean, you almost have 100% spread between the bid and the ask. And the fact that I got a 60-cent fill and I'm lower than where I entered is quite insane. There's a lot of shenanigans happening today in the markets with this witching. This third Friday in September. Nvidia really struggling. It's continuing to sell. Same thing with Meta. Meta coming in yet again, down 1.31%. Nvidia looking like it's breaking a 15-minute bear flag, so applying a little bit of downside pressure on semis and your Qs. Both surging almost up 3% on the session. I just got to take a phone call, guys. I'll be right back. comes Humana, guys. Still been patiently waiting on this Humana trade. Again, the spread on the 255s is just being so manipulated. Um, Still up 30 cents here on these contracts, 35 cents now. It is starting to move. S&P is still acting well. IWM is starting to soften up just a touch. Apple's just a one-way freight train to the upside. We got a new IPO here, PTRN, seeing some volatility. I'm considering taking a position in stub here, using the low of day as a stop loss. Let's look at BBAI, still squeezing here. Big Bear is beasting. It's still looking like it wants higher. Humana breaking down yet again, still seeing heavy distribution. Spread is still being manipulated here. Super weird spread. SPY still seeing a bit of distribution. Wow, they're knifing Humana here. Carvana squeezing as well. IWM softening up. S&P 500 seeing a little bit of selling. Human is just weird. I know I'm still up 15 cents a con, but price action is lower from where I entered. Mind blowing when that happens, right? Mind blowing. There's a bit of a pattern we need to be mindful of on the Russell 2000. I'll post in the live trading chat. It hasn't triggered yet, but just beware. But yeah, Oclos are ridiculous. One crazy. It's starting to come in now, but still up 22%. Filthy beast. Yeah, Humana's so weird. I'm like, I can't believe it's still trickling lower, but our calls are still positive. You do have the dollar trying to firm up a little bit as well. S&P slight rejection off of that little downsloping trend line. Apple curling slightly down. Meta still weak. Nvidia still weak. Tesla's firmed up a little bit more. Dragonfly still trying to push. NASDAQ still getting hit. Dollar trying to creep. Nvidia going for new lows on the session. This is a area where SPY puts could work again. This is aggressive zone, but SPY puts could potentially work here. I'm personally waiting for maybe a sweep of this pivot high, but SPY puts could work out again. Hey, Peter. Yeah, my SPY's matching the same. Plus 0.03. If we look here. My SPY chart's up here. 662.43-ish plus 0.03. You can see SPY. So I think we're both matching. Yeah, so Peter made a good observation. Right now, TradingView is showing that it is only plus 0.1%, but realistically, if you look at where we opened and gapped up, the market right now the S&P should be up about 0.29%. So a little bit of a discrepancy between TradingView's live price action right now, at least what they're displaying. Chart is still okay, but what they're displaying, SPY is actually not negative or flat. It's actually green. So that's a little bit of manipulation. Good catch there, Peter. I didn't even realize that. I thought it was weird when we were yeah, I just forgot to look at that. But nice catch. It's definitely showing incorrect price there. It's basically showing SPY flat when it's actually up $1.86.28% right now. So really weird. Really weird, but nice observation. All right, I don't know how we're still up on this Humana call option. I mean, I'm still up 15 cents right now. It just keeps trending lower, but calls are still up on the trade right now. Hmm, interesting. What else we got going on? Nothing else. Dragonfly still pushing. Archer Aviation guys going for another high here. Look at that. Pushing for 10 bucks. ACHR. I like it. I like it a lot. Squeezing. Archer is squeezing. Potential head and shoulders on the Russell 2000 chart. We'll see if that triggers. S&P 500 is coming in a little bit. Come on, Archer. Fly, baby, fly. Archer is squeezing. DPRO still looking like another high of day incoming. Crazy mover. Still have Meta weak, Nvidia negative, IWM negative, SPY still green, Qs are still green, Microsoft still up 0.64. Just getting another call, just 1 second, guys. We're starting to see the IWM see some pretty heavy selling. It is pushing the S&P 500 lower. Nvidia looks like it's going to break a bit of a 10-minute chart bear flag. Apple's still strong, but coming in from the highs. Some quantum names are softening. Uranium, that's still beasting to the upside. Nice job on PTRN pattern there, Sarfraz. Really, really good job. And same thing with you, curveballs. So far, let's see if we can get a little bit of a late day flush in the S&P 500. We are still riding those 661.0 DTEs. Almost stopped us out. Never officially crossed the 10-cent mark. Stopping me out. Let's see if we can get a late day flush. IONQ getting a little bit heavier. You still have Dragonfly, Archer Aviation's acting well, Oracle acting well. Ethereum and Bitcoin still under quite a bit of pressure. What else we got going on here? Marijuana stocks are mixed, slightly lower on the session. Nvidia getting a little bit heavier here. So we could see more downside in the Qs. IWM is not really hitting much support other than this previous little consolidation zone. Has triggered that head and shoulders on the 10-minute chart, which gives us a downside target of 240. I don't think they'll flush us there today. The chances are very, very unlikely. If you were to trade that pattern, that would be a kind of a grand slam 0DT flush, but we could potentially see some more weakness since this bearish pattern has triggered. You can see the relative strength in the S&P 500 versus the IWM. IWM below its opening range low, and S&P is hugging that OR high. TradingView is displaying the S&P incorrectly. The S&P is higher than plus 0.04% on the session. Some China stocks are seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Again, Nvidia is looking very weak here. Looking like it's going to break down in the near term here. Apple's starting to come in. Microsoft still holding steady. Google still holding steady. Amazon, big wick energy there. Meta still been weak pretty much throughout the whole course of the day. And Tesla's been choppy, it's been weak, it's been strong. Probably going to come in with the market if we see some resistance. Micron has had a nice bounce off of the lows, looking decent. SOXS is trying to bounce off of its opening range high, so we'll see which wins. The bear sector of the S&P or the bear ETF of SOX or SPY. Which one's going to hold its ORI? IWM still trickling lower here, down 0.9% and falling. Energy stocks are clobbered today with crude and nat gas down on the session. Intel down 3.35%. Regional banks are down 1.5%. Silver still rocketing to the moon, up 2.85%. Silver absolutely pushing here. New highs there on silver. They just swept the high pivot there. Pretty remarkable. It is an aggressive day trade short. S&P 500 still trying to hold that key opening range high, but it is trickling a little bit lower here. PayPal down on the session. Unity Software's green. Steel stocks are mixed. Freeport McMoran Copper still doing really well. Uber having a fantastic day. Humana just could not seem to bounce. SCCO, take a look at this copper stock. We're obviously been talking about SCCO quite frequently. That's not the right one. There it is, SCCO. Look at that beautiful backtest. This is a clinical weekly retrace of a breakout zone. Backtested it on the daily chart, boom, and getting a really solid bounce. Looking like a weekly chart inverse head and shoulders breakout on SCCO, which is confirmed. Again, I'm long off the 95.81 zone. I could see this moving to about 140 plus over the coming 6 months or so.